Good afternoon and welcome to Decision Day here at the MODUS Super Series. We already know the first identity that's going to make it through to Champions Night tomorrow, and that is Luke Littler. He is one step closer towards lifting the trophy and £20,000. 5 more are going to book their place in the red carpet occasion as we coronate a king tomorrow evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, last night Group B got underway, and what a night of darts we saw. Mike Gillett was winless following his first night's action. The highlight of his evening was his 12 darter against Darryl Pilgrim. As for Mike Warburton, it was one win from his night, but he was steady throughout the course of the evening, but he's going to need a big push on day 2. There we go, a little bit of affection in that all-Welsh clash. As for John Worsley, he picked up a couple of wins from his evening, but his best performance was a losing one, a 103 average in this game against Darryl Pilgrim. These two really did trade blows against each other throughout the course of that match. As for Scott Taylor, 3 wins from 4 means that he's in a really good position to qualify for tomorrow night's finale, including this 1-2-6 in the deciding leg against John Worsley, with his opponent sat on 68. But it is the eagle that is flying high at the top of the table. Darryl Pilgrim is going to be the man to beat going into tomorrow's session. And have a look at that for a Showbiz 120 outshot. So then that is what we saw last night. Me and Chris Mason were reflecting on it in the commentary box. And I'll tell you what, that was special, wasn't it, yesterday? Yeah, the match between Pilgrim and Worsley is one of the best matches I've certainly ever commentated on here at the Super Series. Both players producing incredible shots at incredible times. I mean, the 120 from Pilgrim, he was on 120, completely blocked out the treble 20 with a low dart, only one option, ball, but the response in the next leg was the 156 from Worsley. Stunning game. Well, let's have a look at the table following the first night's play then in Group B, because it is Darryl Pilgrim who is out in front. And, well, it's a nicely uniform table. Yeah, 8, 6, 4, 2 and 0. Yeah, a bit unlucky, Mike Gillett. He missed an opportunity against Warby where he was maybe given a chance he didn't expect and went so close to taking out the 1-4-3 to pick up 2 points. I mean, mathematically, he's still got a chance, but it's very, very doubtful. Warby's just clinging on by his fingernails. But it wouldn't surprise me if that's pretty much the 3 that go through in that order. Well, let's have a look at last night's action from a numerical perspective now. This is Group B by the numbers for 59 legs played. 24 of them were breaks, but you actually look at the overall standard. The one that really stands out is the checkout ratio. Yeah, again, when we see that checkout ratio, that was similar numbers to what we've seen in Group A, wasn't it? But the average in Group A was pretty much over 90, where that is just shy of 90. But in terms of a running average combined, that's very, very good. It was some night, and we're going to do it all again this evening in Group B. 10 o'clock, we are going to resume the action on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. However, this afternoon's focus is going to see on the 2 players who are going to make their way through to Champions Night, courtesy of Group C. And what a scintillating first session. We saw that yesterday. It was 180s galore, it's big finishes galore, big averages galore. This is how the land lies in terms of the table following the first day's play. And it's Jacob Taylor and Steve West who cannot be separated at the top of the table. The only metric that's separating them is the odd leg in the legs difference column. Yeah, and that was just about right in terms of quality and performance. Those two were the standout performers, and Matt Clark was just absolutely, typically rock solid. Could it be a case of possibly 3 from 6 going through? Owen Bates probably has to have a perfect day to stand a chance. Yeah, I think because the top 2 are they have to play each other, so one of them's going to go on to 10. You think, looking at the other players, Yella looks like he's struggling, so Westy's going to definitely get points out of that, and then it may come down to Owen Bates having to beat both Jacob Taylor and Steve West to get one of the qualifying positions, and I'm not sure he can do that. And it's part of the issue. You look at the players that are in front of him in the table, you've got 3 players who, by definition, are rock solid. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they would have to fall off a cliff or their arms fall off. That's the only way I can see it. I think Westy and Taylor are just the 2 standout performance. Hence, you know, they only dropped the 1 match each, and those matches could have gone other ways as well. Well, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers think about today's proceedings in Group C. They have Jacob Taylor out as the 10-11 favourite to go on and win the group. However, the value, I suppose, would be looking at Weston Clark a bit further behind.
Yeah, he was favourite before the start of this group, and he's backed that favouritism up. He's only, like you say, there's only a leg between himself and Steve West, and yeah, possibly looking at Westy at 6-4.
Most certainly. Well, it's that time of the programme again where we have a look at Aces Acca. This is what Chris Mason thinks about today's action here at the Super Series. It's a treble worth just under 8-1 for our afternoon session here at the Live Land. Just talk us through some of those selections.
Yeah, you can't ignore the performance from Hood yesterday, and if that continues today, then you'd think that Taylor would win fairly comfortably. So 4-2 or better at 11-10. And then West against Taylor, total 180 is over 2.5, basically, because I think that match has got 6 or 7 legs in it. Klassen against Bates, match winner Bates at 6-5.
Remember, if you're going to have a flutter today, 18+, begambleaware.org. Well, it's the final day of our Tungsten Teasers here at Champions Week. Hopefully you're doing well with these at home. This is the final one for you this week, and it is this. Series 3 saw 22 great escapes. I'm not going to do the theme tune, I promise. Players winning 4-3 after going 3-0 down. But which 4 Champions Week players amongst that list of players? Tweet your answer into us. It's at MSS Darts on Twitter. That's a tricky one, isn't it?
That's a toughie. Because it's a little bit of a, well, it used to be a bit of a rarity, one of the rarest things. But yeah, I think as we're getting more and more competitive, it's happening more and more. But yeah, I haven't got a clue.
Tungsten Teasers is a bit like university change. You have to start for 10, and then we just get a bit harder as the week goes on. And now we've set you the hardest one of the lot.
Thank goodness there's not one tomorrow.
Oh, goodness me, it'd be like deciphering pi or something like that. But that is the Tungsten Teaser.
Can eat pie.
Well, I can do that, definitely. Tweet your answers in at MSS Darts on Twitter. The action for Group C is about to get underway, and it sees the man at the top of the table take on the man at the bottom of the table as Jacob Taylor takes on Justin Hood. Chris Mason's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all 15 matches of our afternoon session in the company of Chris Murphy. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Henry. Yes, it's all about these players trying to book their tickets to finals night. And I've got some breaking news for you guys watching at home if you can get to Portsmouth on Saturday. Well, 2 of you, in fact, because 2 tickets have just become available to join us here at the big party, the Champions Night on Saturday. You might be seeing that man there, Jacob Taylor. Very unlikely you'll be seeing Justin Hood, but we'll talk more about the permutations possible as the day goes on. But what I can tell you is that there are 2 tickets that have just been made available. What you need to do is scan that QR code there right now. Do it now because there are only 2 tickets left. And if you do it, you could be here on Saturday for finals night. They're probably gone now, so that's the last time I'll be talking about that. But dartshop.tv, yeah, 2 tickets, Chris, just became available, but I reckon they've been snapped up in the time I've been doing that intro. Now, in terms of booking their places to finals night, mates, well, I've been playing with permutations, as I like to do on a Friday. Now, there's some crazy scenarios. It's still actually possible that every player in this group could finish on the same amount of points. However, realistically, if Justin Hood loses this match, and that's him completely finished, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Jacob,
we need to get you a hobby, man.
And Jacob Taylor and Steve West really will be, because they were such a strong day yesterday, they can probably afford a couple of defeats today.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you think 12 points is pretty much
100.
Sort of the number.
Just for a bit of fun. I've been playing with results so much, I've worked out a scenario where Justin Hood and Yellow Klassen are the top 2 at the end of the day. I really do need a hobby. But when this pair did play
60
yesterday, it was the very last match of the day, and Taylor completed a little streak, didn't he? Because he lost his first match, but then won his following
60.
4, and that took him to the top of the table.
Yeah, he responded well. He went down to Matt Clark,
100.
where both players were a little bit slow out of the gate, and it was Matt Clark who won 4-2, but from that point onwards, he was
57.
He was tidy.
Jacob
wasn't he?
require 84.
Yeah, looking to be neat and tidy from the start here. Well, that's not very neat and tidy, but he can rescue the shot. Doesn't, but Hood, and this was the problem yesterday, quite a lot for him, not in a position to pounce. Just shows how quickly it can change. The position he was in, sort of halfway through Wednesday in Group A, still a chance of winning the group. And now
93.
He's languishing
Jacob
in the cellar
32.
with hardly a hope.
$24. Justin Uruguayer 94.
Some hope now. Bull start, so 19 segment now. Can he find a way past that? What a dart this would be.
61.
Too tough.
Jacob Uruguayer 8.
Yeah, and it's a combination of pressure, disappointment.
4. Justin Uruguayer 33.
And probably confusion of how he's found himself in this position.
15.
And that pretty much
Jacob
sums it
Uruguayer
up.
4.
Well, both of them are looking a little bit shaky at the
In front
start,
of the
but
first
it is
leg,
Taylor
Jacob
who
Taylor.
finds the winning double, as he did so often yesterday.
I will be keeping you up to speed
Second
with
leg,
the
Justin to
results
throw
as they
first.
happen
Game on.
from Belgium on the Euro Tour. So very much a Jeff Stelling type theme today.
100.
Well,
So far, Bradley Brooks has beaten Veenstra, which a bit of a surprise with the form Veenstra's been in, and Terevitz has beaten Dennis Nielsen,
60.
former strongman Dennis Nielsen.
yeah, two real beneficiaries of that development to it that are now sort of grown into
140.
proper men.
Proper players.
Yeah.
Like that opening leg. That was far from
100.
proper.
But it was all the missed doubles, wasn't it, from Taylor, and eventually got over the line. Also, Challenge Tour going on as well, and I did have to
100.
notice, Mace, this morning that a certain Lucas Weinig was beaten in the first round. A penny for his thoughts after passing up his chance to be here and giving it to Jacob Taylor.
Yeah, I'm
Justin Uruguayer
still confused over
161.
that decision. And it wasn't a personal decision, it was a management decision, but I certainly would have said, well,
90. Jacob Uruguayer
why would I be giving up the
161.
opportunity to win £20,000?
Well, look at this. This would put right the wrongs from the first leg.
136.
Close, but not
Justin Uruguayer
close enough.
71.
And Hood gets a chance then to level the match. Remember, it's must-win for Justin Hood. Every match will feel like that today for
Game's
him.
on the second
And that's a
leg,
nice
Justin
clean kill of
Hood.
the 71 to level up at 1-1.
Yeah, despite the max, that was a 14 darter from
Third
Hood.
leg, Jacob to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Max and
And, yeah,
a missed ball for the 161. In fact, it would have been 3-4-1 in 6, wouldn't it? From nowhere.
Yes.
140.
Yeah, we will keep you up to date with what's going on elsewhere, but it's going to be, well, forget tungsten time. It's going to be tension time here at the Super Series today.
190.
I wonder if that might actually just play into luck. It's very unlikely that Hood or Klassen are going to climb into the top 2. I do wonder if the fact that they're the ones probably not
93.
under pressure will play into their hands a little bit.
I was going to suggest that to you because at the point where Yeller sort of almost started to play with freedom because he thought his race was run, he actually started to produce some decent stuff, and that can work in your advantage. You know, we mention it often when you see a player in a
98.
more of a longer race, you know, sort of, I suppose we'd think of the Worlds or the match play where it's from the bat, a long race. A player will often play his
65.
best darts
Jacob
when he
Uruguayer,
thinks he's been beat.
170.
He's in a position here to have a go at the Taylor throw. 116.
95.
For a dozen
Justin
dart
Uruguayer,
leg.
160.
We know he is capable. Of course, we saw him win his week. We saw him produce some really good stuff. And this is still on treble 17. Couldn't manage it now. Yeah, some really good stuff in the
92.
first 3 days before
Jacob Uruguayer, 75.
almost unbelievably falling out of the top 3 and ending up in this group.
Game shot on the third leg.
Taylor
Jacob
takes it
Taylor.
out for 2-1. Yeah, that end of Group A, when you look back, he actually needed 3
Fourth leg,
consecutive
Justin
results for that to
throw
happen to
first.
go against
Game
him,
on.
including his defeat to Mike Warburton.
Yeah.
And it came down to one leg between those two, didn't it?
140.
Yes, that's right, wasn't it? 45-44, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the last leg decider in the very last match of the group. Decided which one went where. And that's interesting because Mike Warburton and him had very similar days yesterday, but because Warburton's in Group B, he's still got a much better chance of qualifying than Hood has.
96.
Kind of why I like this system, because that can be so important as well.
140. 57.
Yeah, Lucas Fenwick was beaten 5-1 by
Oh,
Thomas Lovely in the first round of the opening challenge tour today.
100. Jacob, you require 87.
His loss is this man's gain. Bull.
48. Justin, you require 108.
So, can he gain here? Good start. 54 left. 36 left. Nothing left. That is a superb shot. Shanghai on the 18s, and Justin Hood is hanging around here. Happy feet. Maybe yet.
Fifth leg,
This
Jacob
particular
to
penguin
throw
could be
first.
the Emperor on Saturday night.
58.
Well, we always seem to have some drama on the final day, don't we? On the Friday, whether it be in Group B or Group C.
125.
And this week has already been filled with it. I mean, we don't always get too much drama in Group A, but we had plenty of that.
Yeah, it was incredible, wasn't it? Although it's expected,
100.
especially this week, strongest Champions Week we've had so far across the board.
I've seen Henry posing with the trophy on our social media channel. You can check that out.
140.
Get a good look at it tomorrow on in the show as well. New addition for Series 3. Feels a little bit grander than a check, although
100.
I'll take the check. Thanks.
Yeah, you can't spend the trophy. And it is a trophy that will stay here at the Super Series. Already engraved on it is Series 1 winner, Conan Whitehead.
140.
Yeah, we are starting to, develop a bit of history, I suppose, now. We've been going
93.
3 series. We'll start
Justin,
Series
you
4
require
next week.
96.
Yeah, I think we're going to introduce a wall of fame starting from Series 1 as it became the Super Series. So we're going to have a wall with all the weekly winners and then the Series champions.
56.
so you'll be on it.
Jacob, you require
I will.
150.
This would hurt Hood because he's in a real position to break here.
98. Justin, you require 40.
So, for the first little bit of drama on this Judgment Day,
Game shot on the fifth
Justin
leg.
Hood
Justin
is one
Hood.
away from beating Jacob Taylor, bottom against top.
Yeah, and that will be regarded as a bit of a shock.
Sixth leg,
because
Justin to throw
Jacob
first.
was the
Game on.
4-7 favourite for this one. That was a 14 dart. I mean, since that opening leg, Justin Hood has won in legs of 14, 15 and 14. Just a quick update from the Super Series. I mean, as the Challenge Tours, I've been scanning through
60.
it. In the round of 32, Super Series favourites or friends, Alex Spellman is taking on Fallon Sherrock. Alex currently 3-1 up.
54.
Just littered with Super Series players,
Yeah,
the Challenge Tour.
absolutely. And that's why we like to keep you up to date as well, particularly as well the Euro Tour
100.
progressive players that have been here. Graham Usher's there this weekend. For example, finalist, of course, in the very first Champions Week.
Yeah.
99.
We do like to keep you up to date with all things darts. There's no politics here.
No, Welsh Open as well this weekend from Prestatyn. So I'll let you know the results from that next weekend when they'll probably come out.
There was a few politics last night, but I'll leave that to you and Henry. I'm always of the
134.
opinion that if voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it, Chris.
I agree. It's a great show.
This could be a great shot.
136. Justin, you require
Missed the
74.
ball twice now on the 161. Double 18, his fave,
Game,
and hits
shot,
it.
And the match, Justin Hood.
Finishes off with a 15-dart hold. So after an indifferent opening leg that was a 26-darter from Jacob Taylor, Justin Hood's won in 14, 15 with a 108 out, a 14, and gets over the line with a 15 to end with an average of 94.6. When we come back, Owen Bates taking on Steve West.
Well, the drama on Judgment Day has already begun because Justin Hood has beaten the man who was a table topper overnight, Jacob Taylor, by 4 legs to 2 in a high-quality opening affair to the day, doing so an average just under 95 and 4 out of 8 when it came to the doubling. The ton plus check out there with the 108, and so Jacob Taylor condemned to defeat in the opening game of the day. This is what it does then in terms of the league standings following the opening game of the session. It means it is now advantage Steve West in the reckoning. However, if Owen Bates can win this one, it will logjam things very tightly indeed and very much open the door for Matt Clark. Right, let's get into this one because there's more drama to come. Here's the two Chris's.
Thanks, Henry. Well, Owen Bates will have been buoyed by that performance from Justin Hood, and it may inspire him, Murph, to pull off a bit of a shock himself, although it wouldn't be quite as big as a shock. Westy is the 8-11 favourite. Owen even money with the throw.
Yeah, but it also gives West a little bit of motivation, doesn't it? To say, right, I'll leave Jacob in my slipstream and I'll run away at the top of the table. You lot fight it out for second place.
Yeah. And
First
then he's
leg
one
going
win
to
closer,
Rovers.
or
Game on.
one win less of almost guaranteeing qualification. I think 12 points will be enough.
Yeah, it's really Matt Clark that they're going to be watching out for. He's on 6 points, 2 behind Taylor and West at the moment, but Bates could join Clark on that tally with victory here.
140.
Sticking with that newer set of darts that he eventually settled on yesterday after
100.
chopping and changing a few times. Steve West, that is, was using the gold ones, but as these anodized set here,
140.
identical darts, different colour.
you can get a different feel, can't you? Just with a different coating or colouring.
101.
It's all between the ears, Murph.
See players who sort of have a sort of coating where it sort of disappears over time
Yeah.
as they get worn down.
81.
I had to laugh at that. It wasn't the actual barrels, but at the Euro Tour the other week, Dave Chisnell actually spray paints his
60.
flights, doesn't
Yes.
he? And
Steve
the paint was coming off.
140.
I think they have a newer system now because I was looking at them in Leeuwarden last weekend.
100. Oh, and you
It's
require
almost got like now a
140.
little bit of a texture on it as well. It's quite bizarre.
Well, that dart was neither here nor there for Owen Bates, so Steve West will get the chance
94.
to start with a 13 darter. And
Steve
didn't he do
Ward,
similar
40.
yesterday? I think it was back-to-back 14s in his first match.
Yes, it was.
Well, he will need the 15, you would feel. He'll
Team
just
shot
get
on the
it.
first
And he
leg,
breaks
Steve
Bates
West.
in leg one.
Superstar for Steve West.
Second leg, Steve to throw first.
2 140s
Game
and a ton in the leg.
Or 2 when they met yesterday.
41.
And it was a good showing from West, wasn't it? His last match of the day.
Yep. 4 from 9 on the doubles, hit 4 180s, and he hit 4 in his opening match.
140.
Yeah, well, he was responsible for 12 of this group's 25, so basically half of the maximum haul went West's way.
100.
Yeah, and 8 of them were in his first match and last match, and then 4 in between.
95.
Actually, that opening match saw 8 maxes, didn't it? Between West and Justin Hood, 4 apiece.
94.
Justin Hood lost that match with 104.67.
Yeah, much better start for him today. Beating the, well, then table topper,
81.
Jacob Taylor. But that result has also put Steve West back at the top of the pile because he's lost leg difference and Steve West has overtaken him.
Could pull clear with a win here.
58.
It's a good response here from Owen Bates. Looking to break straight back.
It's all going well in West life, isn't it, at the moment? He'll be saying
96.
thanks to Jacob Taylor. You raised me up.
$100. Oh, and you require 89.
Owen's best average yesterday was in his opening match against Jelle Klassen, 93.79.
81.
But it's moments
Steve
like that, isn't
Require
it, Mace? He's just
108.
missed 2 darts at double, and West will look to pounce. 14 tops.
68.
That would have
Oh, and you require 8.
been a hard one to swallow.
This time he hit, so it's a break back by Bates. Only after West had missed a dart for a ton topper, but
Third leg Owen to
it is
throw
advantage
first.
Owen.
Game on.
And we could see, I mean, look, this group could go one of 2 ways. We could see West and Taylor pull away
60.
and have it all wrapped up by the halfway stage. Or we could see them lose the first couple of games and suddenly everything is to play for everyone for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we had a look at the
45.
opening matches, and we both thought, well, maybe, just maybe, the bottom 3 could get victories over the top 3.
41.
You catch some of the highlights of the Premier League last night. Michael Smith was in
Wow.
extraordinary form, wasn't he?
110 average in the final. He was,
60.
1 9 darter in back-to-back legs.
yeah. Yeah, well, he missed double 12 for the 9 right on the wire and then started the next leg 180, 180.
Yeah, incredible. Starting to show, isn't he, in recent weeks?
58.
Starting to fit that billing of world number 1.
Yeah. And just maybe starting to peak as we edge closer towards the first real big one of the year, the match play.
135.
We'll both be covering, won't we, Murph?
Yeah, we're going to be there on the radio.
Darts on the radio. It works.
134.
And there'll be no break here. The Super Series will continue.
60.
Steve West himself, a man who has played at the match play, of course. We mentioned that horror show against Daryl Gurney 2 years ago. Yesterday, he
55.
actually played in it twice. On that occasion, he beat James Wade in the first round, then lost to Gurney from a really strong position.
Yeah, he was dominating that match, wasn't he?
177.
Apologies,
On your by
I think I got it the wrong way around.
153.
He actually beat Michael Smith at the World Match Play 1 year, 10-5. If I'd remembered that, it would have been really seamless, but I kind of messed it up. Sorry, guys.
It shows you the
Team shot on the third leg, Steve West.
levels he reached to just qualify for the match play, never mind beat a seed.
Well, that was the year when Phil Taylor won
Fourth leg,
his
Steve
16th
to
World
Rovers.
Match Play title.
Yeah, that was his
Game
final
on.
match play, wasn't it?
Yeah, West was beaten by Darren Webster after beating Daryl Gurney.
45.
And it was the following year.
I thought it was against Gurney where he was in
Yeah.
front.
He was beaten, the one I just mentioned, when he beat Michael Smith. And lost the thing. It was the
140.
following year that he played Gurney, and he was playing exceptional darts. Ended up losing the match in extra time, first to 10, but he lost 12-10, and he missed an enormous
40.
amount of darts at double. Hard to find out
97.
how many, I can't recall off the top of my head, but we're talking double figures.
Yes.
140.
You mentioned when I asked you last night, Mace, about why there were so many breaks of throw, you said it was a bit of sort of tension and nerves, and we've seen 3 breaks of throw in this match
140.
already.
Yeah, big day today. Players are aware the trophy is about and
60.
they're
On your
getting
bar,
and edging closer
124.
to qualifying, and that brings its own nerves, doesn't it?
92.
And just confirmation, I'm sorry to announce the tickets are, as
56.
Murph suggested,
When
gone.
you require 32.
But you can come every Saturday,
Game shot on the
excluding
fourth leg,
tomorrow because
Owen
it's sold out.
Bates.
But do book your tickets early. It really is a unique experience, and the ticket is free. It's just a £1
Fifth
booking
leg,
fee.
Owen to
We're on
Rovers.
London Road in
Game on.
Portsmouth at the Modus Live Lounge. Doors open 6:30 on a Saturday. Action underway at 7:30. Where can you get live
60.
sport and entertainment for £1?
Yeah, well, do indeed heed that advice, because I can tell you we've got some very,
100.
very exciting names playing in the next series. You don't want to wait until they're at finals night, because the tickets will be snapped up.
Yeah, come and see them
93.
during qualification. And if you've got the ability on your phone to scan a QR code, there it is. Scan that. That will take you straight to the booking page on
93.
www.dartshop.tv, and well, you can buy tickets for all sorts of events, including the Seniors Masters in Yeovil this month in a couple of weeks'
100.
time, and exhibitions all around the country featuring the likes of Michael Van Gerwen, Phil Taylor, Barneveld,
58.
Clayton, Price, etc.
One-stop dart ticket shop. Here, though, back
Could
to
be
the,
onto something there. Right?
59.
back to the breaks. We've had 4 of them in this match, and,
Yep.
and yesterday more than half of the legs were breaks of throw in this group.
60.
Incredibly, in this one, 3 of the 4 breaks have been completed in exactly the same amount of darts, 16. The opening break of throw was a
59.
15 for Steve West.
And still a chance for him to break here, because Bates has only left a 3-figure short.
100. When you require 130.
1 treble required. Another would be better, and double 5 would be the first holder throw in the game.
120.
That was a mile away. I was having
Steve, you
to
require
I was
90.
peering over the top of the monitor in the commentary box to see where that had landed.
That may have came out of his hand a little early.
Ball.
Oof.
65.
Well,
Oh,
both
and you
players passing
require
up
10.
opportunities, but West was closer than Bates, that's for certain. Try again.
Game
That's
shot on the
where
fifth leg.
he needed to
Owen
be.
Bates.
And he's where he needs to be. 3-2 up in this one. And the two table toppers facing
Six
early
leg Steve
slip-ups
to throw first.
on
Game
decision day here at the Super Series Champions Week. I've just looked into the detail of that match.
46.
May Steve,
Yes.
11 match starts he missed against Darryl Gurney at the match play. 7 of them at 9-7 up to win the game 10-7. He then went on to
96.
miss a few more before Gurney turned the game around to win 12-10 in extra time. Always the one match that
41.
really sticks out for me when it comes to West because he was playing so well in the build-up to it. And I'm pretty sure that his last leg, before he started missing all those doubles, was a 10-darter.
Yeah.
130.
But he does have his highlights as well. Victories against big-name players. Beat Michael van Gerwen at the European Championship, didn't he? Beat Phil Taylor at the World Grand Prix as well. Former quarter-finalist at the
45.
UK Open and the European Championship twice.
So confirmation over in Belgium. Damien Mole has
60.
defeated Jeff Smith. Not looking good for Jeff, is it, in terms of the tour card?
No, not
40.
particularly. Another Canadian ace like Jacob Taylor, who we've got here. Probably the leading light since John Part
Yes.
sort of
58.
taking a back seat.
And now probably Matt Campbell.
Yeah, definitely. Man, of course, who we did see in this tournament as well, back in Southampton.
Won it just before he played in the Worlds, didn't he?
When you require 150.
I remember doing a wonderful interview with him.
We all remember that.
93.
A West 180 just gets him back into this leg, but he has to hit this, you would feel. And it looks like we are going to get this set of results that probably the neutral
86.
would have been craving.
When you require 60.
Ooh,
He's thrown a flatty.
he's thrown a flatty. I like your style, young man.
Game shot and the match.
Innovation.
Owen Bates.
And he excels. And he defeats Steve West. Owen Bates with a brilliant 60 checkout. We'll talk about that more in the next match. But he was more than a match for Steve West, who is now back to second in the table after that defeat. Owen Bates now just 2 points off the pace along with Matt Clark, all to play for in Group C.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Owen Bates got the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 2, doing so with an 88.65 average and 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubles. And that really does make things interesting in the Group C table, because how congested that is. Taylor and West both now stuck on 8 points on their first round's worth of fixtures, and they could potentially have company on 8 points if Matt can't get the better Yellow class. But if Yellow can win, well, every single player will be separated by just the mere margin of 4 points after 6 rounds of matches. Well, this could be a Group C for the ages, really, here at the Live Lounge. So let's get into this one in the company of the two Chris's.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Here he comes. Matt Clark, always lurking around dark corners, ready to pounce on a Friday at the MODUS Super Series. Whether it be Group B and he thinks he's out, whether it's Group C and everyone else thinks he's out, he still seems to find a way. And as Henry just explained, he could work his way to not just the top 2, but the top of the table, with victory against Yellow Clarkson here. That's after both Jacob Taylor and Steve West, yesterday's premier players, both lost their opening matches to Justin Hood and Owen Bates, respectively. Now, Clarkson, having seen that, maybe has a little hope himself. And if he can beat Clark here, suddenly everybody is back in the race. But if Clark wins it, and he makes his first move into the top 2, and a man, remember, who has never failed to make finals night, would take a step towards being there again.
55.
Yes, can he make it 3 from 3?
$140.
Well, actually, it would be 4 from 4.
Yeah, correct. Weekly winner, and then Champions Week finals, and
then a weekly winner, and
yeah, doing it again.
100.
Formidable.
You wouldn't put it past him, would you?
Absolutely not. Particularly now we're seeing the first 2 results. I mean,
they've gone absolutely. I mean, for him, it's absolutely perfect. I mean, the 2 above him on 8 points, both losing. He now has a chance. If he wins this 4-2 or better, he's top of the table.
Yeah, the cards just always seem to fall in his favour, don't they? I mean, he's there to make the most of any fortune he gets, but it's quite remarkable.
Oh, and it's a change of equipment for Yellow class.
58.
There's some, you used to use them quite some time ago.
Yeah, very different, aren't they? Sort of the big bulbous bit.
Spring onion.
Yeah, good description. We saw some innovation with the darts from Owen Bates, taking out 60, utilising the Daryl Gurney-inspired flatty.
Yeah, if you've not seen that, it is on our social medias at MSS Darts, all one word, on Facebook, Instagram,
23.
Twitter, and TikTok. And if you want to get in touch with myself or Chris Murphy, direct into the comms box. He will have the MSS Darts Twitter page open. If you've got any questions or comments, get involved. Maybe you know the answer to the tungsten teaser.
100.
Yeah, the tungsten teaser today. What was it, Max? Remember? I was looking down
it was
Twitter page to see what it was, but
it was the
match require
4 players in Series 3 that came back from 3-0 down to win full 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 4 players in Champions Week this week in Series 3.
We'll get that posted on social media as well, so we don't have to explain it to you. And I haven't got a clue anyway, so...
no, I didn't have a Scooby.
Tweeting your answers.
But yeah, if you've got any questions or comments, please get in touch. And don't
15.
forget, if you are watching via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, please subscribe and just give us a quick like. It only takes you a second. Helps with all the analytics and for people to find the channel. And don't forget to hit that notification bell. Lots of new content going up daily on
40.
The YouTube channel, including 32. That wonderful match from last night between Daryl Pilgrim and John Worsley, one of the great Super Series matches.
Yellow Clarkson.
Clarkson gets a an early break there now. Just want to hark back to that 60 shot again because it was a tale of two
Second leg
60s,
yellow
wasn't
to
it?
throw
The
first.
previous
Game on.
match, Bates throwing that flat dart. Now what he's doing is moving his fingers in a different position on the
100.
barrel to make it land in a different way. Clark there didn't utilise such a shot, blocked the target slightly, ended up missing 2 darts at tops.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was something I'd seen first introduced by, well, Andy Hamilton went through a period where he had the ability and straightness to hit a
60.
small 20.
Yeah, and bravery.
Yeah.
And when he says small 20, he means below the treble 20.
Yeah, just to ensure it didn't block out the tops, he'd hit a small 20.
46.
A small 20. But what Daryl Gurney has done, he has the ability to just position his grip right to the back of the dart, so it's released differently, and then it lands, well, below flat, thus
99.
not blocking out. And that's exactly what Owen Bates did to win the match. And that's another feature we're going to be bringing you. We'll be taking a look at that, how the player's approach has changed, and we're seeing the ball and 25 utilised a lot more to ensure that a player is on 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, etc. Thus, not having to
58.
throw a dart at the 20 and risk blocking the target.
I've been looking down the social media page. Congratulations to Charlie, by the way, because he's the person who picked up the tickets that were
100.
available. So he will be here. He says he'll see us here on Saturday night. But I have a question for you, Mace, actually.
Charlie Colstevine needs tickets.
Not that Charlie. Yeah, I have a question for you, Mason. It's based on Klassen's darts. The fact that he's using different darts today, is that to you a sign of
100.
complete lack of
You'll
confidence?
require 156.
He's almost, or he's, well, there's one or two things. Well, I'm not going to qualify, so I'm going to try something different.
124.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. But that may allow him to play with freedom.
So rarely the darts, but I also do have
57.
belief in psychological
You'll
factors.
require
And
32.
if a player believes that the darts make a difference, then surely that will make a difference
Game
because
shot on the second leg.
what they
Yellow
think
Klassen.
is very important. And Yellow Klassen has opened up a couple of legs lead with
Third
these
leg
spring
match to
onions.
throw first.
Sprung him into
Game
life.
on.
Well, pressure manifests itself in different ways and has a huge influence on performance levels.
81.
And we've seen so far the two players at the top of the table, perhaps under the most pressure just to get the job done, lose their first match. We're now seeing the
58.
man who's got the chance to catch them 2-0 down in his first match.
And it's the players Klassen and Hood especially, the two players under little to no pressure, because effectively you'd think it's unlikely that they can qualify. So that
58.
allows them to play with freedom.
And what tends to happen is players who then get into the race, suddenly they feel pressure, and then it goes back to
140.
kind of
Well, it's
the
like
mean.
comebacks, isn't it? When you're, when I say that, and it's not about me, but I've had an example of it where I was 4-1 down to Adams and thought, well, that's it, I'm done. And then I didn't feel pressure until I got back to 4-4. And then I was back to where I was in set one.
Yeah, incredible game to watch darts. Not just the ability, but the ability to deal with everything else that's going on inside the
139.
mind.
No surprise. The players that deal with the occasion the best are the ones that have most success.
Yeah, and the top players, you often hear them say that the biggest part of the game is in the head.
34. Yellow require 164.
This would get Yellow Klassen further ahead. Treble 19. May use the ball at the end of this shot to leave a ton.
There's a little bit of
64.
Priestley about those darts,
Match
isn't there?
require 91.
Yeah,
You
good spot.
introduced a bit of red and black.
Right, Matt Clark looking to get his way into this game. Starts on the ball, perfectly hit, so 41 remaining.
Just making his choice. And it's double 16. Just a little bit of extra attention given to that because on a few
59.
occasions he's missed the
Yellow
big numbers where he's just not give it
100.
his full attention. Tops.
Yeah, without a doubt. He couldn't find it. And he was still shaking his head
45.
behind Clark there. I mean, you're 2-0 up, Yellow.
Match your
Cheer
require
up, pal.
32.
Just hasn't looked happy all week, has he?
No.
I see him peering over the shoulder of Clark there.
Meerkatting.
Yeah, and almost with an
Matt
expression
Blair.
of resignation on the
Yes,
face.
of I know this is going in. It was only a hold though for Matt, so
One flag yellow to throw first.
very much
Game on.
still has the advantage. I've noticed with these, he's getting a lot of low darts,
131.
picking out the two cover trebles beautifully.
Another psychological dynamic that I find fascinating is on a Champions Week, of course, none of the players have really been in the position of being towards the bottom end of a group.
No, they don't really
59.
know what it's like. Well, the one that springs to mind probably would be Justin Hurd, and he just scraped in, didn't he? And then went on to win it. When I think he
60.
was the biggest outsider of everyone on chat. I think he was an 8-1 shot to win on the Saturday night in qualification.
Yeah, we know Clark is a master of brinksmanship, but he's always put himself in a position. He's never really
93.
been languishing at the foot of a group until really Group A this week when he had that terrible run Tuesday and
Yeah, was it
Wednesday.
10,
9 out of 10
9
losses, yeah. And
55.
it just goes to show his mentality that he didn't let that affect him at all yesterday.
No, he's
Too long in the tooth, isn't he, for that?
he's like, right, back, we're resetting, everybody starts on 0. And then won 3 out of 5 to put himself in a solid position.
100.
Couple of last 16 results from the Challenge
54.
Tour. Dan Reed through to the quarterfinals. Another friend of the Super Series, beating Jeroen Mioch 5-4. And Willie Borland through 5-0 against René Idams. Barry Van Peer currently in action, 4-2 up, averaging 101.33. And for us, Murphy is one of the best players around right now without a tour card.
Yeah, a fair few names there, including Berry, that could have easily been here this week.
139.
I think we're going to have a little talk about that tomorrow, aren't we?
Yeah.
As part of our build-up to finals night.
Yeah, well, certainly a couple you mentioned there, Willie Ball and Berry Van Peer had excellent displays in their week, but didn't manage to make it through.
Nope.
Robert Thornton, the world seniors champion, another one who was beaten in a final.
131.
They've all played their
Yellow
part. It's not just the
62.
12 players that are here this week. I think we've used 139
Games
players
of the
in
four-player
this
yellow
series.
class.
Just in this series.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think there was only 5 that played twice, wasn't there? So
Yes.
Jelle Klaassen has just
Fifth leg
taken
Matt
out
to
62
throw
and
first.
puts himself in a position
Game
for the
on.
third straight match to go the way of the player lower down in the table.
Alex Spielman playing a... Alex Spellman, should I say, playing a
140.
player at one point I definitely got to put in that equation. He's certainly in the top 10 of the best players without a tour card. Wesley plays here.
For
the moment, Spellman
180.
averaging in excess of 100 and 2-0 up.
Well, speaking of spells, what a spell this is from
Yeah.
Jelle Klaassen all of a sudden. 139, 62 out, 180.
He is having a spell of brilliance.
96.
Putting the class in Klaassen.
83.
Putting the cat amongst the pigeons.
Absolutely, and even that 83, the darts were all right on the wires, weren't they? Even though it was in the treble one, that's one of those darts where if you're an amateur, be happy with that dart.
Yeah.
Not the score, but the position of it so close to the 60.
Another day it's a max.
171.
Rather that than hitting a big 18, because you're getting nowhere near.
Been watching me practice. haven't you?
Well, Matt Clark,
134.
despite this barrage of brilliance from Klaassen,
94.
has found himself in position, and that's what he seems to do, not just in matches, but in groups.
Well, this may have to go. That leaves 78.
Yeah, I can understand him going the bull route, having done that successfully earlier on. He's very old school, so it'll be treble 18.
Yeah, you won't be seeing him go for double 19.
54. Yellow require 104.
Choices here for Klassen. Goes the price route. Having blocked it, I think he probably should have moved away.
And having been so good around the treble 20 in this
80.
match, you'd have
Match
you'd have thought he'd have
require
stayed there
40.
and not gone the full 16s tops route.
Well, tops for Clark, just to hang on to the coattails of Klassen.
Game
In it
shot
goes.
fifth leg, Matt Clark.
Yeah, and another one with Pricey, he's such a prolific hitter of double 12 that it always amazes me that he
Six leg yellow to
goes
throw
the
first.
16s route,
Game on.
and he's so good on the 60.
Yeah. To be fair to him, more often than not, he ends up hitting it anyway, doesn't he? So
Yeah,
58.
either or. Yeah.
he
I mean, he lost last night to MVG, didn't he, in the Premier League with 104 average?
yeah, the plan for Price is just so clear, isn't it? Tops, 10s and 12s, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, 25, he goes one, doesn't he?
Yeah, all he wants to use. Cross was a little like that with shots
140.
for a while, wasn't he? He would only use treble 20, treble 18 and treble 19. We'd never see him go for treble 17, never see him go for treble 16.
123.
18s or 16s to finish on.
Well, certainly during that 2-week period, well, longer than 2 weeks, where he won the Worlds.
Yeah, well, that first year as a professional, really. Incredible story that sometimes overlooked.
Yeah, well, we look at what Price achieved, but look what Rob Cross did,
Because he'd won stuff in
140.
that year. He went into the tournament about 6th favourite, and I think that actually overshadowed the fact that it was his debut. He won the World Championship at his first attempt.
And beat the governor
125.
en route in the final.
Yeah, and the other governor
And a very
in the
good
semi-final.
yeah, exactly.
In
And
one of the greatest matches ever seen at the Early Pally.
and a great version of Taylor, has to be
I
said.
think it remains that the World Championship final, I think it remains his best TV average as well, Rob Cross, which is remarkable.
41.
Well, it was, I think, until he had that ridiculous game against Gary Anderson
91.
in the was it the Masters where they had 111 and 110 or something.
I'll just tap the name into my information device, shall I? Klassen's left 104 again, so he's got a chance to change his ways here.
Yeah, Clark's
160.
just ensuring he doesn't
Taylor
bust.
104.
You're right, yeah, 112 in the Masters against Anderson. This
Yeah.
time he gets the treble, and now he wants tops.
84.
Yeah, and Anderson had 111, didn't he?
Yeah, but the second highest. So that stood it. It was only this year.
Yeah,
it
it was,
changed.
yeah.
Match require
Yeah, I remember
20.
doing the commentary on the match and making a note of that it was his.
But yeah, World Championship final, 107.67 on your debut. Wow. Clark, though, could force a decider here. He's not going to, and Klassen's going to get the chance
No
to
score.
carry on this run of unlikely
Yellow
outcomes
require
in the first
20.
three matches. Double five.
Game
In
shot
it goes.
and a
Well,
match,
well,
Yellow
well.
Klassen.
It's all getting very, very interesting here at the Super Series. 4-2 to Justin Hood against table-topping Taylor. 4-2 to Owen Bates against table-topping West. And then the man who could have gone top of the table with a 4-2 victory himself over Yellow Klassen lost this one 4-2. And everybody is still harbouring hopes of reaching finals night from this group. Do join us. This is going to be fun.
Well, if you're trying to predict how this Group C table is going to end up, I have just a couple of words for you. Stop guessing, because we got no idea what's going to happen here at the Super Series. This is the table from the first round of fixtures for the day. All 6 players separated by just 4 points, and it could be absolute carnage going into our next round of fixtures. And it's going to begin by the 2 players who are at the top of the table. It is Steve West against Jacob Taylor. The winner will move on to 10 points. If you can make it up, we'll probably lock you up. Chris, it's all yours.
Well, yeah, and this is going to be a really important game for both players, because one of them's going to maybe settle the nerves a little bit. The other one, though, Mace, is going to be ridden with anxiety and really worried about falling off that perch at the top of the table and not making it.
Well, yeah, because one of either Owen Bates or Matt Clark, who
First
play
leg,
each
Steve
other
to throw first.
in
Game on.
2 games' time, will join the loser on 8 points.
Yeah, and then because they're playing each other, so are Hood and Klassen, so one of them's going to go to 6 and be 2 behind that player. Whoever loses this match is in real trouble.
134.
Yesterday, it was Jacob Taylor who, because of missed doubles from West, won it 4-1. He had a 90.25. He also missed 8 darts at a double himself.
100.
Steve West was beaten 4-1 with a 96 average and missed 11 darts at a double.
80.
Bit of a dangler from Westy there. Harry's Hope's going to be dangling by a thread at the end of this match.
140.
I know it seems dramatic, but it is going to be such a different feeling to what it could have been. These two could have won the first match and now playing
81.
basically for one of them to go
Jacob
through.
require 127.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's a bit of a theme here with Jacob Taylor. He lost his opening match with a 77
95.
yesterday.
Steve require 140.
Bit better today, but was still beaten in his opening match by Justin Hood, and then he went on a run. So we know that he doesn't hit the
Jacob, you require
panic
32.
button, because after losing yesterday with a poor performance, went on to win his next 4.
24.
Wow. How close were all
Steve
3 of
require
those?
40.
Rubber the green for West. Can he find the red bed?
Game shot on
He
the first
does.
leg. Steve West.
Takes the lead in this, well, yes, as Henry said, still top of the table tussle, but won't feel like
Second
it
leg,
after those
Jacob
first
to
2
throw
results.
first. Game on.
You have just joined us.
121.
3-4-2 results to the bottom 3 against the top 3, basically, is what's happened. So
Well, if you've done a treble there, well done.
Justin Hood, Yellow Klassen have put themselves in with an outside chance.
135.
Owen Bates has actually joined the party, and one of this pair will lose their first 2 matches and be very, very vulnerable for the rest of the day.
Although the odds compilers were
140.
cautious in the Clark-Klassen match, because they actually went 5-6 each of 2, but Justin Smith won at 5-4 against 4-7. Owen Bates won at even money
58.
against West, who was 8-11 favourite. And confirmation, if you are just joining us, from European Tour.
100.
Wins for Brooks against Vinstra, Everts against Nielsen, Mole against Jeff Smith, and King Barry just doing a job on Sven Hilling.
132.
6-1.
140.
They don't need to go anywhere else. I will keep you up to speed, not just from the Euro Tour, but
44.
also from the Challenge Tour, which the opening one of 2 today is coming to the latter stages. When the quarterfinals are complete, I'll give you the
140.
list of matches.
Jacob require 96.
Well, West has put himself in a position here if Taylor can't take this out. Again, it's another close one.
78.
No cigars for Jacob Taylor
Steve
today.
require 36.
I don't think he's thrown a double.
Game shot on the second
And it's
leg.
been
Steve West.
More than a couple of mil away.
Steve West says thank you very much.
Yeah, 17 dart hold, followed by a
Third
13
leg,
dart
Steve
break.
to throw first.
An average of
Game
100,
on.
2 out of 3 on the doubles. Jacob Taylor, none from 5, averaging 97.6.
81.
Well, the way that this day is shaping up. It's gripping, exciting stuff. What a climax we could have here on this, well, effectively a judgment day, isn't it, for all the players in both groups. We're going to see 5 go through, but 6 fail to make the cut across
95.
2 sessions. Luke Littler already in finals night tomorrow, 7:30 start. You don't want to miss
60.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely tremendous tomorrow night. Whichever the combination of players it is.
109.
No missing and no messing here from Steve West, who's trying to just dust away the cobwebs of that first match.
100.
He's
Steve
averaging
Require
now
145.
well into the hundreds. Looking to start on treble 15 there, Steve West.
96.
In the end, he's missed a couple of intended targets, but has left himself on a rather simple 2-darter.
Yeah, where he has the option
40.
to leave whichever
Steve
double
Require
he fancies.
49.
9 tops.
I assume that will be the West way. He goes north. Well, goes too far
35.
north with that one.
Yeah, he's
Jacob Require
made a
167.
mess of that.
Yeah, because he's left a dodgy double as well. 7s when he returns.
96. Steve Require 14.
And that's made it more difficult. Having to shuffle across the hockey. Still, he collided with the dart.
Oh,
He's
wow.
found a way. What a
Steve
finish that is
West.
in the end for Steve West, who opens up a 3-leg lead.
Yeah, when it's meant to be, it's meant to be. And when I
Fourth leg, Jacob
trying
to
to
throw
avoid the
first.
use of the word luck, because there was no luck in hitting that double, but
140.
so far he's been a little fortunate that he's been able to mop up the mistakes by Taylor.
I reckon he tried to move that
45.
second dart out of the way, you know. We saw some innovation from Owen Bates. That'd be a new one, wouldn't it? Actually throwing it a dart to move it.
100.
Well, this
134.
is interesting because Taylor is going to find himself in a heap of trouble, particularly if he loses it heavily.
Well, yeah, if he loses
140.
4-0, he'll be back to just +1 in terms of leg difference.
Yeah, and that would be less than Matt Clark and the same as Owen Bates, who are...
And 7 behind
60.
Steve West.
Yeah,
Jacob
but
Require
the 2 chasing are
121.
only 2 points behind him with the game in hand. So one of those is going to win that game, and he will find himself out of the top 2 at the end of that match.
Game shot of the fourth leg, Jacob Taylor.
Does avoid the whitewash.
Yeah, a solid leg appreciated by Steve West. It was a 121
Steve to
checkout for
throw
a 12
first.
dart
Game on.
hold.
Yeah, no need to go the fanciful bullseye route with West way back in the leg. A really comfortable stuff from Taylor.
43.
Can't be feeling too comfortable despite a gap in the averages in this match.
Mainly brought on by an indifferent
140.
leg 4, where when Jacob went out, Steve West was languishing on 262.
40.
Yeah, but you also consider that Taylor's missed 5 darts at double in this match. It's actually a very good performance from him despite the result.
95.
Well, I say result, the scoreline at the moment, because if he carries on playing at this level and West continues to lose his way, then it could easily be turned around. This is all of a sudden
46.
absolutely shocking from Steve West. Mace just mentioned he was on 262 when Taylor went out. Since then, he's not hit a score more than 46.
96.
In that fourth leg, he
140.
hit 45,
Jacob Require
134,
170.
60, and then he's gone 43, 40, 46 before hitting a
130.
much needed 140, but Taylor's left a double after 12.
Yeah, not a thought of going for the bullseye on the 170 there.
62. Jacob Require
Doesn't
32.
darter in the previous leg. West this time is on a finish, meaning
Game
Taylor
shot
must
of the
finish
fifth
and
leg,
has
Jacob
finished.
Taylor.
And this match certainly isn't finished.
No, far from it. 13 dart break of throw.
Sixth leg, Jacob to throw first.
Well, West
Game on.
may go here from feeling on top of the world to absolutely devastated. If he were to lose this game, he'd be crestfallen.
60.
And he'd be falling out of the top 2 in a couple of games' time.
$45.
And another visit where he's come up dry, troubleless.
134.
No such trouble for Taylor.
$41.
Yeah, too many scores in the 40s here. This is shoddy from Steve at the moment, and he knows it.
85. $140.
He's thinking to himself, well, I throw all the others exactly the same and scored nothing.
100.
Well, it's getting ridiculous, isn't it? It really is a struggle for Steve.
Well, considering where his average was and where it is now.
87.
Well,
Jacob
85.
required 122.
102 for Taylor, and he wants 122. And again, sensibly playing
90. $98. Jacob, you require 32.
He's not been missing.
16.
Pressure only
Steve
arrives in
required 90.
comebacks when it's to complete the job.
This is to complete the job for Steve West.
85.
Match dart.
Jacob, you require 16.
Does have the insurance policy of having to throw in the decider.
Game shot of the 6 leg, Jacob Taylor.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, has this got away from West? Little fist bump. I'm not sure if Steve West was really
Seventh and
interested
final
in
leg,
that. Of
Steve
course, he
to throw
obliged
first.
in the end, the
Game on.
gentleman he is, but he now just wants to put together a leg of darts like the first 3 through, not the last 3 through.
60.
Lost that last one there. Taylor holding in 21 darts after West had missed one at double 5 for the match.
$140.
Fabulous 140 to back up the 140 from Jacob.
Well, we've seen, haven't we? Sometimes all you need is one good leg.
134.
He needs a
Another
couple
one.
of trebles
Yeah.
here.
100.
Well, he stopped all the wayward darts.
60.
And that is a bit of a bonus. Taylor only leaving 167.
Yep. Oh, this is superb.
139. Jacob require 167.
Maybe could have gone the ball there, Murph.
Was just thinking the same. I wouldn't even call it board management. I would call that match management.
97.
Especially in this
Steve
scenario.
requires
To
60.
ensure
Guaranteed.
2 match
Yeah.
darts rather than potentially now only 1, which is all he's going to get at tops. And it's
Game
all he
shot
needs.
And the match, Steve
West steadies the ship, produces a 15-dart holder throw at the death after leading 3-0, lost complete control of the match, and then settled it with a hold of throw. Super game of darts, and it is Steve West who goes north to the top of the table. When we come back, Justin Hood against Jelle Klassen.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And the ticketing news is that we are sold out tomorrow night here. We are packed to the rafters here at the Live Lounge. But the question here in Group C is who is going to be there? Steve West has just beaten Jacob Taylor by 4-3 in that top of the table tussle. So in terms of the table, West on 10, Taylor on 8. But have a look at that chasing pack that is emerging just behind. And one of Yellow Klassen and Justin Hood is going to move on to 6 points of victory here. Watching this one in the commentary box, the two Chris's.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. And I think we are going to lose one at the end of this match from contention. Looking at the table as we just did there, it would mean that the player who doesn't win this match would be still 4 points adrift of second place Taylor and, of course, of the winner of Clark against Bates next. With only 6 points to play for, I think that's them done. But the winner would be just 2 points
First
adrift.
leg, Justin to
With 6
throw
points to
first.
play for and very much
Game
in
on.
contention. What say you, Chris Mason?
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. We've seen these scenarios so often.
121.
Pretty much how they map out, but incredibly, barring the 5-6 each of 2 game between
123.
Matt Clark and Jelle Klassen, the other 3 matches, all of the outsiders winning.
80.
Not sure Steve West would yet even feel that he's got 1 foot there, though, because he knows that Taylor's still only 2 points
58.
behind, and he knows that somebody else will be only 2 points behind at the end of the match that follows this, Clark against Bates.
And the tension's only going to rise, isn't it?
Yeah, and we saw how it nearly caused him to
100.
capitulate in the previous match.
Yep.
3-0
He
up.
really began to feel it.
Ended up winning 4-3. I think you've got some news, haven't you, from the
58.
challenge tier over there, which will be, great news for fans of the Super Series.
Yep. We're down to the quarterfinals, and the matches
96.
are as follows. Berry Van Peer against Landman, Prakash Jiwa against Kontaman, Dan Reed against Dragutin Horvat,
92.
and
Justin
Plaisir
Gilwar,
against Borland.
104.
So we make that, 7 out of 8 that have played here at the Super Series in the quarterfinals. Good for
Game
darts.
shot of the first leg,
And it's a good
Justin
start
Hood.
in this darts match for Justin Hood. We think it is, well, not winner takes all, but loser loses
Second leg,
all,
Yellow to
basically.
throw first. Game on.
Yep. BFH for the loser.
Hood
140.
with that 104 for a 15 darter, denies Klassen a go at the big fish and takes the lead. And maybe he's going to end this week like he started.
100.
This is his second ton plus finish in successive matches. Took out a 108 in that 4-2 win against Jacob.
180.
No messing around from Klassen in response. Good win for him. Change of darts today for Yellow Klassen, and they were effective
45.
against Matt Clark in his previous encounter. And he was very impressive yesterday in this fixture.
89.
It was his only win. He won it 4-0 with an absolutely astonishing performance. Yellow Klassen.
Yeah.
34. Yellow
Was-
War 92.
An average of 93.94 in the end. Could have been much higher. 4 out of 9 on the doubles.
84.
108 check out himself in that one. Just brushed Hood aside, and he's done that in this leg.
58. Yellow require 8. Game shot on the second leg.
There's a-
Yellow
A
Klassen.
15 in leg 1 to hold. 15 in leg 2 for Yellow to hold.
Third leg, Justin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it was like a Coldplay song, this matchup yesterday, wasn't it? It was all yellow.
66.
Are they the most miserable band in music?
134.
We'll ask one of our officials, shall we, Owen Bink, see what he has to say about that.
Depressing.
Well, whoever loses the match, as we mentioned at the start, would be in trouble.
93.
You're just too good, man. You're just too good.
Yeah, but I'm also giving you an insight that there may be one or two of the tracks are on my playlist.
81.
Yes, I cannot deny or confirm.
140.
I can confirm that this is decent quality Klassen that we're seeing so far today.
134.
And, a happy hood.
134.
I'll be happy if this goes in. 54 for 26.
90.
Do not get that.
Doesn't your
Do
require
not understand
40?
that. Do not like that. And he won't like this. Do I not like that, says Yellow Clarkson, who made a bizarre choice there. I can only think he thought he couldn't follow the line and couldn't miss, but
Fourth leg yellow to throw
massive bulbs on the onion barrels that he's throwing, he could miss any treble that he's put a dart in.
97.
Starting on 54, surely the plan would have been top before.
Absolutely.
No one's thinking 54, 54, 26,
115.
How often do you go for double 13? Maybe on the
60.
Yep.
Maybe on the 62 when you hit the treble.
100.
Treble 12 on the back of a 119 finish or something, but
58.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Strange choice.
And one that he may come to rue.
100. $134.
Opportunity here for Hood to break the throw. It'll be the first break of throw in the match.
152.
Yeah, it's a big chance.
100.
Treble 20. If he misses that, he's still got a chance. 18 and bull. For the treble for double 7. That's what he gets.
74.
He does not get that. And it's a chance for Klassen now to level up.
Game shot of the fourth leg.
He does it well because the first dart double was a little bit dodgy. The second one was spot on. And it's all square. And I'm sure this pair will be well aware of the league table and know that defeat here would as good as put them out of the race. Having both put themselves in the race with opening victories, of course.
There was an opportunity there for Justin Hood to keep that run of 5 visit legs going. He missed double 7 for a 15. Klassen winning in 18. News from Belgium. Gabriel Clemens brushing aside Graham Usher. 6-0.
140.
Ushered out of the tournament. Tough opening round, to be fair.
140.
Horrible. 3 games to go over there in the afternoon session. Francois Schweyen against De Souza, Robert Owen against Stefan Belmont, and Jermaine Watamina against man of the moment.
Justin Roy 170.
Justin Hood looking to be the man of the moment here by hooking the fish. Not to be. Klassen was having a closer look behind him, wasn't he? Thought that was in.
Definitely having a look over his shoulder. Well, wouldn't need to look over his shoulder.
Yeah, he actually had to bend down to look over his shoulder.
Game
shot. Here, that's in. Danny McNamara, the referee, says game shot and the 5th leg, Justin Hood, and it means Klassen can't afford a mistake from here.
6 leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
The average is very similar in what's been a real quality encounter.
96.
Starts with 96, which is pretty much his average.
81.
Absolutely huge crowd
140.
in Belgium for the Euro Tour for a Friday afternoon, which is normally a little quiet.
100.
Not so today. Darts has really exploded in that part of the world.
65.
No doubt through the efforts of so many good players from that part of the world.
93. 90.
We could come back possibly later on today and look at this next couple of legs as massively, massively important. If one of this
57.
pair
Yellow
completes the
bar,
Great Escape and
110.
goes from bottom to the top two, this match will be where it really starts to turn in their favour.
70.
Klassen leaves himself a double. Hood threatened this finish in the previous leg. Not going to take it out this time. So it could be all on one leg.
134.
To decide, Mace,
32.
whether they're in the race
on the sixth leg,
or whether
Yellow
they're out of it.
Klassen.
Well, at the moment, it is Yellow that's just hanging on. I mean, his
Seventh and
winning
final leg,
legs,
Justin to throw first. Game on.
15, 18 and 16. Justin Hood's 15, 15 and 13, and he missed a 15 for a break
93.
in leg 4.
Won't seem like a lot when you look at the league table, a 4-point gap
140.
to get into the top two, but when there are only 6 more points to play for, it's an awful lot, isn't it?
Absolutely.
134.
It is incredible how the darts
60.
in Belgium has really taken off. When I go back, the only 2 I can remember back in the day was Stefan Eckelart and Eric Claris, and now there's a real influx, isn't there?
96.
Yeah, from that part of the world, really, it had been the Netherlands that had been the
97.
hotbed of tungsten talents. Yellow Klassen, of course, one of them.
Yep. Former world champion. Well, it's hard to
58.
say a world champion being disappointed, but we have this conversation about Adrian Lewis on a completely different scale. But
109.
he probably would have
Just require
expected,
120.
on the back of being world champion, to have done so much more.
Yeah, but he might be getting a bit more here because what a time to strike that 180.
Yellow require 24.
He hung on throughout the match, but double 6 would see him win the match.
Game, shot,
And that
and a
means
match,
that Yellow
Yellow
Klassen
Klassen.
is still very much in this race. A race that at the end of yesterday he looked out of. But he wins 4-3 against the other man at the foot of the table. Happy feet, Justin Hood, who may now be resigned to his fate. Yellow Klassen, though, is looking up in contention. Owen Bates against Matt Clark up after the break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Jelle Klasse may have just secured his most vital 2 points of the week, and a defeat for Justin Hood, which may well condemn his fate here at the Super Series. Well, it was a highly impressive game. The averages on your screen reflect that. 97, 95, the average, but it was that 50% on the outer ring, which ultimately won the game for Jelle Klasse, as well as that scoring power. Look at the 140-plus column there for the Cobra. Well, one final game for us to go until we join our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV at 3 o'clock. And it's going to see Owen Bates and Matt Clark in action. These two now handily poised in this Group C table, following the early encounters involving Jacob Taylor and Steve West. A win for Bates, and he's played himself right in contention. As for Matt Clark, a win here, and he'll feel as if he can really grab this group by the scruff of the neck. Right, let's get into this one then and hand down to the commentary box and join the two Chris's.
Thanks, Henry. Well, yeah, they're in the same position, aren't they, really? Both on 6 points. A win for either will put them on 8 and potentially into second place, depending on the margin of that victory. Jacob Taylor, the man who's on 8, but has played a game more. But we have been looking in detail at the bottom of the group, and with Klassen on 6, of course, he's very much in the race now. But Justin Hood, yeah, I think we can say as good as out. Not only is he 4 points off the pace, but the winner of this still has Jacob Taylor to play. They both still need to play him. So effectively, it's guaranteed that one of them is going to be on 10 points, which means that Hood is really 6 points off the pace with only that amount to play for on a massive deficit in the legs as well. So I think we can wave bye-bye to Justin Hood.
First leg going to throw first.
Quite incredibly, after the first set of results, Chris, a 5-man fight.
Yep, separated by just 4 points. 10-8, 6-6-6.
Yeah, I think with players lower down, Bates, well, the loser of this and Klassen will be hoping that West maybe runs away with it and they can all fight out for second place. But at the moment, still everything to play for and everything to lose.
Yeah, I'm looking at the run-in for Jacob Taylor, and it's not particularly a foregone conclusion. He has to play Owen Bates, match number 8. And then he's got to play yellows. What seems to be brimming with confidence. And then he has to play Matt Clark in his final match of the day. It could well,
nobody wants that, do they?
No, it could well come down to that one.
Yeah, it is really interesting stuff. This Jelle Klassen against Steve West next. Now we think Steve West is potentially a win away, but that is not certain yet. 14 points is, guaranteed territory. 12 points probably will be enough.
Yeah, and he'll be facing Jelle next up. And
77.
I think we might still see a player miss out on 12. I'm looking at it thinking we might get second and third both on 12 points in this group.
180.
Good stuff from Bates there. Just letting Matt Clark know that he's bossing this opening leg.
Easier said than done against Clark.
Oh, and you require
yeah, look at the response.
103.
140. Well, you leave 100 plus finish, mate. I'll leave below a ton. Now, based on what we saw in the first match, I think Clark will probably start on the bullseye here.
Require 95.
Owen won this tie yesterday. 4-2 with a 90-plus average. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Plumb in the middle of the ball again.
The 45. Tops for tops.
55. Oh, and you require 41.
Just for a hold.
Game
gets it.
start of the first leg, Owen Bates.
You can see the reaction as well. A bit of a come on there. He knows that he survived a bit of a scare.
Second leg, Matt to throw first.
Missing tops off the
Game on.
back of the 95 checkout attempt.
$58. 58. 55.
Semi-final lineup complete on the Challenge Tour. Dragutin Horvat against Wesley Plaisier, and then Barry Van Peer against Conterman.
180.
Clark's turn to find the perfect visit.
Yeah, we're seeing highly competitive tussles all day long. And there is a case in point. Anything you can do, I can do.
Well, he didn't hit 180 against Clark yesterday. He's already hit 2 in this match, and we're only in leg 2.
Going blow for blow, both of them looking to emerge as the new contender.
100.
Yesterday it was all about 2, West and Taylor, but West has lost 1, Taylor's lost 2 today, and whoever wins this one will be either level with
96.
Taylor. Level on points, certainly, but possibly level on leg difference, and maybe even better off, depending on the margin.
Yeah, and this is the final match of the second cycle. All the players will only have 3 to go and 6 points to play for.
45. When you require 170. 46.
That's a bit of a
Match
slip.
require 118.
Yeah, it's just taking the pressure off of Clark.
A good guide to leave double 19. Can't use it, so Bates, having got himself into a little bit of a hole in this leg, can get himself out of it in style. 14 or treble. No thought of the treble. The bolt.
99.
Very nearly rewarded.
Match require
Good board
24.
management, making sure of the single 14, not taking any risks. Only just missing the ball.
Game
But no
shot
missing from Matt Clark, who
Clark.
squares up this all-important encounter at 1-1. Reminder, these players currently placed in
They're
third
going
and
to
fourth
throw first.
in
Game
the
on.
Group C table, both on 6 points, 2 behind second place Jacob Taylor.
Well, both players having opportunities to
60.
win against the throw, and the ball involved in both of them. Matt Clark, the 95, hitting ball and then missing tops, and then Owen Bates there for 2-0, missing the ball on the back of 1-2-4.
I tell you what as well, mate, just looking at the fixtures, this pair could definitely be
180.
even closer to the top come the end of the next round, because Jacob Taylor has to play Owen Bates next. The match before that is Yellowclaston against
91.
Steve West. But Matt Clark plays Justin Hood, who's effectively out, so he'll fancy his chances there. And if Bates can take points off Taylor, then this could be a total turnaround.
Yep. A tungsten turnaround.
Well, we might see some tungsten magic here from Matt Clark, because that is 5 perfect darts.
123.
And that's where it ends.
Thickness of a wire east of the required target.
Yeah, has it 6 trebles in the leg, though?
134.
Pretty sure he'll have 9 darters to his name. I'm sure in a career as long as his. I'm going to check that out for you now.
I'm going to say no.
I reckon he'll have hit
41.
1. There we go. A little bit of fun in the commentary box. Tapping away furiously at my information device as Owen Bates
Match require
taps away furiously at the treble 20.
Fifth of this match, 3-2 to Bates in that column.
Answer will be revealed after the leg, mate. I can tell you we're both wrong.
Oh, I know the answer then.
Yeah. He's hit 12 now. He's hit 2.
97. When you require
When was that,
36.
mate?
2010 and 2019.
Cool. 9-year gap. That shows longevity.
Double 9.
18.
Maybe shows tension.
Match requires 60.
And this may show experience. Needed the old Owen Bates flatty there, didn't he?
Game shot of the third
Not in
leg,
the end.
Matt Clark.
Yeah, Matt Clark 9 darters, Mace. 20-10 against Dave Askew.
Fourth leg, Matt to throw first.
And
Game on.
2019 against Reese Robinson, a man who we have seen here at the Super Series.
Yes, Reese, the Bull 18 Bull man.
Yeah, of course, we saw that magic moment yesterday, didn't we? Have we just seen a
25.
pivotal moment in this match?
Well, I was about to agree until he's gone up and hit 25 after a Super 15 darter. That saw him survive 3 leg darts to hold. He started with 25 but not been punished.
$140.
Here comes the punishment.
180.
And another maximum 4 now for Owen Bates. 6 in the match.
And we've only played 3.5 legs. Could we equal the record?
That's your favourite little feature, Mace. There have been 9 darters on this
59.
day. Kim Hybrecht hitting one in 2012. And Dennis Nilsson, a man you mentioned earlier, produced perfection on this day in 2018. It's a big day for darting birthdays as well.
52.
Ooh.
Adam Warner, a man who won here at the Super Series.
Yeah, happy birthday, Adam.
Kevin Spearlick, a man from your sort of era.
Spear Chucker, happy birthday.
And Australian lady star Tori Kewish. Kevin Doots, who is he on the Euro Tour this weekend? He
I think he is.
55.
might be celebrating in style. And friend and Super Series competitor Daryl Fitton.
Yes. Of course, I wished Darla happy birthday
98.
this morning. Happy birthday to all of you. Hope you have a wonderful day.
In terms of tournaments, just the odd sort of Players' Championship and UK Open qualifier. Mace wins for the likes of Michael van Gerwen and Terry Jenkins. That's MVG also did
96.
actually win a Euro Tour
Oh, and you require
on this day
114.
in Graz 3 years ago, beating Ian White in the final. That's that done. Is that this done?
74. Match you require 126.
4 19s and ball. 6 19s, double 6.
You can't look. Look at Owen Bates in the background there. Cannot watch. Will not watch.
Well, he's 1 from 6 on the doubles, and he has been punished pretty much for every one of those mistakes.
Look, even facing the board, but he's looking up. He just doesn't want to hear. He did have a little look in the end.
101.
Couldn't help himself, could
Yeah. He did everything.
Oh,
he?
to
Like you
avoid
look through
it.
the gap in your fingers.
Yeah, it's like don't press that big red button, isn't it?
Yeah. That's hot. Don't touch it. Oh yeah, it is.
Well,
Game
Clark
shot
couldn't
of
find the
fourth
red
leg,
button.
Owen Bates.
And Owen Bates manages to just cancel out that breaker throw, so maybe not as key as it could have been.
Well, Clark paying the price for that
Fifth leg Owen to
25
throw first.
start.
Game on.
Eventually being pegged back.
Yeah, and almost ironically left on 25 points at the end of the leg.
100.
But you can tell, can't you, just by the... I mean, Matt Clark doesn't ever give anything away, but looking at some of the other players today, particularly Owen Bates in this one, you can tell how much this means and what stage we're at of the tournament.
60.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter how you qualify. You want to be in the mix for that £20,000. I remember being in the players' room with the
140.
other 5 players, and you could tell that it was just absolutely huge to each and every one of them.
Yeah, don't care how you get there, just get there if you can. Remember that one?
I do. I can't remember who sung it though.
140.
Before my time as well, to be honest.
It was a lady, wasn't it? No, was it?
91.
Yeah. Probably been covered a million times, but
Yeah, I'm not even going to try, mate, because I've just Googled it and there's like a million answers.
84. Oh, and you require 170.
Wow.
Ooh.
98.
Well, it might have done him a favour not being enticed by the bullseye, but Matt Clark will probably turn up and hit 2 trebles here. That's what he does. Never be ruled out of a leg. Can never be ruled out of a match. Can never be ruled out of a group. But no treble at all.
And
Oh, and you
a
require
mistake.
72.
Mistake, miscount, and a misfit based on the big billing I just gave him. Double 16. And you're talking about this, mate, earlier in the week. We've just seen again a player there, 2 singles for a double.
Yeah, no intention whatsoever of getting anywhere near the treble. And that's just a total new element in terms of finding a way out.
And also it tells me that actually Owen Bates, even
99.
in this generation of young players that are obsessed with
Oh, and you
averages,
require
he
16.
only cares about winning here.
Yep.
2 8s.
Game on the
3-2.
fifth leg, Owen Bates.
And back-to-back legs, confirming the breaker throw in leg 4 with
Sixth
a
leg,
hold
Matt to throw first. Game on.
in 16.
$81.
He's starting to actually find a way to enjoy himself in the cauldron of battle here, the tension that is involved in the position that we're in this group. Owen Bates is actually starting to strut his stuff a little bit.
And that's the, by my calculations and
140.
records, that matches only one other player to hit 5 in a match this week, and that was Luke Littler on Monday.
100.
He hit 5 against Warby.
Well, he's still got a chance for 6. And still winning it in this leg. He could have more if he loses a leg.
May match Dubby's 7.
Yeah, that's the overall record, isn't it? A
Yeah.
shared
Seven
record.
heaven.
19.
Mark Durbridge and
Josh Payne.
Josh Payne, correct. Gave me a job then, scrolling through my notes.
100. Major
The 161 plays 121. And Clark produced something big himself. Won't go, so Bates will get the opportunity. Now he only needs 1 treble for a dart at the bullseye, and that's a slip again
41.
from Clark. He's only left himself 1 point better off than Bates. He's
121.
made a few mistakes in this match. And Bates has been there to pounce each and every time. Treble 17 and the bull. And it's in the
Shot
bull.
And the match.
And Owen Bates gets a brilliant win against Matt Clark and emerges as the main contender to breach the top 2. He's gone level on points with second place Jacob Taylor. Matt Clark still in with a shout in 4th position, 2 off the pace of the man who's just beaten him and Taylor. But Owen Bates has done a job, and we will be back with more action very, very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 6 games down for our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Chris Mason's been watching all of it down in the commentary box, and it's been a session where, well, we just can't make anything up, can we?
No, myself and Murph looked at a scenario of how things could possibly change at the top, and, well, it's all the outside. There was one game where it was 5-6 each of 2. Apart from that, it's all the second favourites in matches finding a way to win.
Well, our previous match saw Owen Bates get over the finishing line against Matt Clark, doing so with a 1-2-1 on the ball to seal a 4-2 success. Have a look at those numbers, 97.68 and 5 maximums in there as well.
Yeah, 7 in the match, and we were approaching record territory, but it was a good performance. He missed a ball early on a checkout to make it even more comfortable, but with that win, he's kept himself very much in the mix.
And it has been the kind of day where the table's just completely moved one way or another. We can have a little look at that now on screen because, well, Steve West and Jacob Taylor, they looked as if they're in really good positions at the start of the day. It's fair to say, probably take out Justin Hood, that everyone's in with a shout.
Yeah, it was incredible to see the top 2 lose. That was the perfect scenario for, you know, Justin Hood, Klassen and Bates, with the top 2 going down. But a couple of them capitalised, including Klassen. But the one who's really made hay is Owen Bates, up into joint second position and only behind on leg difference.
It's going to be very interesting to see. The action continues after 3 o'clock here at the Live Lounge report. So I've got a couple of minutes. I thought we'd just have a little bit of a chat about tomorrow night because we already know the first player is going to be through to that finale, and that's going to be Luke Littler, who really did light up Group A, didn't he?
Yeah, he was outstanding pretty much all the way through it. There was a couple of blips which you're not going to get away with on finals night. We've seen so many players dominate the Group A, which he did in phases, and then just not quite get it right on finals night. And let's be honest, when he did qualify for this, it nearly all went very wrong against Nathan Girvin in the semi-final. Nothing's a given, although we know he's absolutely loaded with talent. It's going to be a big ask, and there's a lot of pressure on him because all the eyes are on him.
All the eyes will be on the Live Lounge. I don't know about you, but I'm just getting the sense today that there's just been a bit of a gear change. There's been a bit of an atmosphere change. I think they know what's ahead. Yeah,
and we can tell our commentary booth is right next to the players' room, and you know, opening day, it's all laughs and giggles, and they're all getting on, and it just gets quieter as we get closer to the big money matches tomorrow.
And we're going to find out very shortly who the next 2 players are going to join Luke Littler in the finale tomorrow evening. 7:30 start, remember, here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Well, we're going to join our friends now on Sporty Stuff TV for the remainder of the action. So stick with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. A very good afternoon and welcome to viewers joining us here from the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're in the middle of our action here in Group C and we really do have some run to the line here at Champions League. Chris Mason has been watching all of the action up in the commentary box. Let's have a look at what we've seen so far this afternoon because it really has been a crazy afternoon's worth of darts, and it began really from the opening couple of matches.
Yeah, the top two losing both of their opening games, and that sort of opened the door for the rest of the field to play catch up, and that's what the majority have actually done.
Well, yeah, as you see the results there on your screen, the previous match saw Owen Bates beat Matt Clark by 4-2, a game which saw a plethora of maximums. Let's see what those results then have done in terms of the league table, because it's created absolute carnage at the top. West and Taylor were both level on 8 points going into today's action. Steve West has managed to pick up a win. Jacob Taylor is 0 from 2 for the day.
Yeah, he lost his opening match yesterday and then went on a run of winning 4 to reach that 8-point mark. And then I wasn't particularly too concerned about losing his opening match. And then when he followed it up with another defeat, there's got to be worry there, especially with Owen Bates now joining him on 8 points. Remember, it's only the top two that qualify from this group.
Steve West will feel as if he's in the box seat having that 2-point lead, but he's not going to feel comfortable at all.
Yeah, I think he looks okay. I think he looks okay. There was a little bit of a wobble in his last match out, and then managed to just steady the ship against Jacob Taylor and went out in 15 darts in the deciding leg. But he led 3-0 and in some style. So I think he's more or less got over that one worrying match that maybe could have changed things.
And the man of the victory as well, because Jacob Taylor threw everything at him.
Yeah, from 3-0 down, it sort of coincided where Steve lost his way. He started to find his best darts, but ultimately found the winning leg and found a solid winning leg, going out in 15 to get over the line full 3.
As for Owen Bates, we knew he had to have a big push today if he's going to stand any chance of qualification into tomorrow's final. And with the way the results have married up as well, he's doing everything he needs to do. Yeah,
2 from 2 on to 8 points and a really good performance against Matt Clark in the last match. It's a game he probably could have won a little bit easier, but it was some performance. 5-1-8 is matching only Luke Littler this week, who's the only other player to hit 5 in one match.
Will Matt Clark feel like opportunity missed in that previous game?
I don't know. He looked like for me, he was dominated. He was just sort of hanging on in the match rather than he was being given opportunities by Owen Bates. And we know Matt Clark. We know what he does. If you've given him an opportunity, he will take it. And that's where that match was relatively close. Well,
we've been talking about some high-quality darts. And, of course, at Champions League, we're going to see some superb stuff. Most of it, hopefully, in the space of 5 visits or less. So we can have a look at those statistics for the players involved in this week's competition. Because prior to this week, well, it was Steve West who led the way. 8 visits in 5 and in under 5 visits. And you have a look at that down there. Very impressive statistics from all the players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's sub-15 dart legs, and Steve West topping that table at the moment, which is no surprise why he is top of the table today so far. A little bit surprised Luke Littler down at 5, considering he played so many matches.
Indeed, those were prior to Champions Week here at the Super Series. Well, we did see something from Owen Bates a little bit earlier on this afternoon. Something that Darryl Gurney has really started within the game. And it's what we like to call the flatty. Now, we're going to have a look at this VT here and just describe this first dart.
Yeah, he's just found a way of throwing the dart from basically the back of the barrel, so moving the hand down the grip. And that allows him to throw a flat dart, so it doesn't obstruct darts 2 and 3 going at tops. And we're seeing a lot of players now utilise the bull and the 25 to take that 60 away, so either leaving 59, 58, 57. So the dart to set up tops is as far away as possible from tops. The other alternative is to do a Darryl Gurney, which he was the first one to do, and it basically goes in flat, solves the problem.
Or if he was confident as Andy Hamilton, just go below.
Yeah, that was when I used to practice with Andy. He started doing that a lot, going for the small part of the 20 below the treble. A high risk, but plenty of confidence to do that.
High risk and certainly high reward in the case of Andy Hamilton. Well, our first game live here on Sporty Stuff TV is a huge one. Yellow Classen up against Steve West, because psychologically West can open up that buffer to the rest of a win.
Yeah, and take the pressure off himself a bit as well. I think he's playing okay. He looks rock solid to me. When there has been a little bit of a wobble or a moment that could question his confidence, he's managed to find a killer leg.
Well, it's going to be some run to the line here in Group C as we confirm our next two players that are going to join Luke Littler at Champions Night tomorrow evening. Chris Mason's going to make the run down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Murphy. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Henry. Hi, everyone. Yeah, strap yourselves in because this really is going to be a bit of a roller coaster ride between now and 6 p.m. when we will know the top two from Group C joining Littler at finals night on Saturday. Of course, Group B concludes this evening as well, 10 p.m. live here on Sporty Stuff TV, and for viewers around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And Steve West, well, at the moment, he is in the box seat. If he wins this match, you would think pretty much job done for Steve West. May need another win just to secure that spot, but he's going to put 1 foot forward if he manages to get a victory here. However, there is no guarantee of that. The way Jelle Klaassen has bounced back today. 4-2 win over Matt Clark in his opener, followed by a brilliant 4-3 victory against Justin Hood in a sort of losers-all contest. But Steve West certainly has been the star man so far in this group, despite a few inconsistent legs. I mean, those stats that we saw there showed Steve West as having 8 legs of 12 darts or better.
When? I was just about to ask you about that. I'm baffled. Was it 15 and under, or was it sub 5 visits? Well, sub 5 visits is 12 darts,
yeah,
but they've not been this week.
Had it confirmed that it was
58.
5 less than 5 visits, which is 4 visits or less, isn't it? So
yeah,
can only assume that
10, 11, and 12, and he's had 8 of them.
I can only assume that it must include the qualifying week.
60.
Well, I love a stat, but
he's had a few 21s and 24s as well, hasn't he, Steve? But
138.
he is marvellously inconsistent, isn't he? And it's the thing of his game, because I mean, tell you what, I bet he's been on 12 dart legs 50 times.
Yeah,
but then he can miss doubles, can't he?
Well, I think that's why he's enjoyable to watch, because it's very much like that. His game is like a box of chocolates.
Sorry, I just lost it at chocolate. I started dreaming about chocolate then, Mace. Well, Steve West here, what's he trying to work out?
87. You only require 80.
For a hold.
Yeah, 79. Well, he might go treble 13 because he's got 2 darts. Treble 19 would be the normal route because it's a safe
40.
shot to set up, which is what he has gone for.
128.
Yeah, I think Westy was just trying to work out how he can leave one of these combination shots that need that one treble. Oof.
103.
Nearly paid off as well, didn't it? Making sure that he did that.
40.
The payoff goes to Klaassen.
Jelle Klaassen.
A scrappy start to this one. They didn't have a particularly
Second leg Steve to throw first.
good game yesterday. My memory tells me, yeah, it was a 4-2 win for Westy, 88 average. He missed 12 at a double.
100.
That 88 isn't too bad when you miss 12 at a double. Klaassen had an 86, 87.
96.
Missed 5 at a double.
Following this is a big
100.
one, isn't it? It's Jacob Taylor against Owen Bates.
Yeah, that's huge.
134.
Bates is now just 1 leg behind Jacob Taylor, making his move. Jelle Klaassen hoping to make his, because if he wins this match, he joins that pair on 8 points and is just 2 behind Steve West. In fact, if Klaassen wins and then
59.
Bates wins,
Steve require 170.
we could have all changed at the top of the table.
I was just about to say, it's looking that way, isn't it?
100.
Latest result in Belgium is a 6-3 win for De Souza. And the final of
58.
the opening
Steve requires
challenge
70.
tour, Barry Van Peer against Horvat. Van Peer defeating Contiment 5-2.
50.
Horvat beating Plaisir
Jelle require
5-4.
154.
to stay there. We saw that
114.
earlier on. He still went for the
Steve
double
requires
17 to
20.
leave tops. Nonchalant stuff from Klassen. But it puts pressure on West, doesn't it?
Yep. And what it can do is just plant a bit of a seed, and
10.
that's really what it did. He's probably
Yellow, you require
what you do when
40.
players do that. You think, oh, that was a bit cheeky.
Game shot of the second
And you
leg.
just sort of
Yellow
lose-
Klassen.
Lose a bit of focus. And that's a 16-dart breaker throw.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why players won't.
Third leg
Some
yellow
players
to
won't watch
throw
their
first.
opponent's darts
Game
at
on.
all because they don't want to get any feeling from what their opponent's doing.
57.
2 unbeaten players today was the 2 down from the bottom of the table in Bates and Klassen.
43.
They're making a serious run for the line, aren't they?
Absolutely. We stood on the balcony
100.
last night and chatted about potential changes in both groups, and we said that we felt that either Hood or Klassen would probably have to win all of their matches. Klassen is potentially going to go here
45.
60% of the way to doing that.
Yeah, he will join
140.
Taylor and Bates on 8, and then if Bates beats Taylor, depending on the scoreline here, which is looking like it could be a real heavy
81.
defeat for Westy, Bates could be top.
Yeah, and you just said it. He's played Taylor and Bates is who he's going to join. Who's he got left to play?
140.
Taylor and Bates. Putting himself into a very, very promising position where it's all in his own hands. I mean, who would have thought that at the start of the day?
140. Yellow requires 64.
Not me.
And even Steve West,
48.
who he probably goes into this match thinking, well, I win this and I'm pretty much through. But if he loses it, which looks like it's going to be the case, then all of a sudden, he's got 3 players breathing down his neck, 2 points
60.
behind.
Yellow requires 16.
Well, within the space of a couple of
Game
games,
shot of the
he
third
can
leg.
end up
Yellow
going from
Klassen.
first to outside qualifying position.
Fourth leg, Steve
And
to
don't forget, Matt
Throvers.
Clark plays Justin Hood
Game on.
next as well, so he could also be on 8 points. So
Yeah.
we could actually have a situation where we have 2 players on 10 and 3 on 8.
140.
And this is what happens on Champions Week because they're all that good that it's highly
40.
competitive.
Yeah, they can all beat each other.
Justin Hood, the only one really that is out of the race, and that's by virtue of that last leg decided defeat too, Klassen.
Yeah, you'll be desperately disappointed.
57.
Well, West making most of the running in this leg. Remember, he was 3-0 up in his previous match. Let that lead slip and still won 4-3. This time,
60.
he finds himself 3-0 down. But there may be slight worry, or maybe it's actually a good thing for Steve West. He's
64.
lost
Steve
6 of his last 7 legs.
161.
But he has actually won the match in between that with the 1 leg that he did win.
93. $43. Stevie requires 68. Game shot of the fourth leg, Steve West.
Well, there we go. Ends that little run. Gets a leg on the board, but Klassen has the darts to complete.
Fifth
the
leg
4-1
yellow to
thumping.
Throvers. Game on. 100.
Just a consolation leg, Murph.
We're seeing games change.
134.
Have we seen I don't think we've seen a 3-0 lead disappear this week, have we?
Well, that's the tungsten teaser, isn't it?
134.
Yeah.
For this series of players in Champions Week.
Where that's happened, 3-0 up or 3-0 down and 1-4-3.
45.
You can tweet us at MSS Darts if you know who they are and what games it happened in. Can't recall it happening during Champions Week.
140.
But as I mentioned, we did see it almost happen to Steve West himself in the last match against Taylor.
94. Yellow require 127. 95. $96. Yellow require 32.
This for the match then.
Game.
And he
shot,
does
and a
complete an
match, Yellow
absolute
Klassen.
thrashing of the table topper Steve West. And this group is getting closer and closer and closer, and maybe too close for comfort for West, who, had he won that match, would have been marching potentially towards finals night. Instead, defeat, the margin of it 4-1. Yellow Klassen has had a perfect start to the day. He's on 8 points along with Bates and Taylor, and Matt Clark could join them as well. He has to play Justin Hood in a couple of games' time, but the two I just mentioned, in second and third place, Taylor and Bates, are in action after the break.
Well, this really is a group that keeps on giving, isn't it? Because Yellow Klassen's beaten Steve West by 4-1, and it means, well, just sheer carnage in terms of the league table. Yes, Steve West is still in front on 10 points, but that is going to change by the end of this game as Jacob Taylor and Owen Bates go toe-to-toe upon the Yellow Hockey here in Portsmouth. We can have a look now at their head-to-head in Group C. These are their stats for yesterday. As you can see, there was a real domination for Taylor in terms of legs won. However, when it comes to the overall average and checkout percentages, it was Bates who was better in that particular department. So, interesting game ensuing here. The victor will move their way on to 10 points in the group. The victor will find themselves top of the pile, and this is being watched by the two Chris's.
Thank you, Henry. Well, if you've had an accumulator up to date, I suggest you do the lottery this weekend or tonight. It has been so unpredictable, and looking through this, every match has certainly a meaning for every player. We went from a scenario this morning where myself and Chris Murphy were looking at the table and the fixtures thinking, well, this could be all done and dusted in the first 2 rounds of matches. How wrong could we be? Because literally every remaining match has connotations of some shape or form.
Yeah, absolutely, and particularly
First leg,
this
Jacob
one.
to throw first.
Yeah, this is a real biggie. Steve West in defeat there. Remains top of the table, but these players have a game in hand. Jacob Taylor is on 8 points plus 4.
66.
Owen Bates, who started the day at the foot of the table with Hood and Klassen is on 8 points plus 3.
100.
Yeah, so both have already got a better leg difference than Steve West, which means whoever wins this game is about to go top of the table. Yeah, Bates had 4 points, didn't he?
Yeah.
100.
At the 4th position, but
Klassen was on 2.
Klassen was on 2. It's
with
remarkable,
Hood.
yeah, because
he's on 3 out of 3.
he plays Jacob Taylor in his next match and could end up
46.
going on to 10 points himself.
Well, Owen was just edged out in this tie, despite having an average 7 points higher yesterday.
134.
He had an 89.62, losing 4-3. He was 3 out of 3 on the doubles. Jacob was 4 from 14 and averaged 82.54.
61.
Repeat or revenge?
42. 95.
By my side, Chris Murphy is inputting into his spreadsheet every possible scenario to try and predict.
I'm just looking at something because I messed about at the start of the day, didn't I?
102.
And what you messed about with is exactly what's happened.
Yeah, and I sort of really, I was trying to find a scenario where every player in this group
139.
ended
Jacob
on 10
Iroquois,
points,
57.
and I've just input a load of results, and that actually could still happen.
Game shot of the first leg, Jacob
Taylor takes the first leg in this one, but yeah, Justin Hood, of course, would have to win all of his remaining matches, but I've just looked
Second leg
put it
going
in, and
to
it's still
Thoreau
possible
first. Game on.
that everyone can end up on 10 points, and the entire group could be decided on leg difference.
Well, yes, because Justin Hood
95.
still has 3 games to play. Steve West with only 2.
I mean, it's unlikely he'd have to lose both of those
60.
games, and they play each other in the very last game as well. And Hood would have to win all of his. It's a very unlikely scenario, but we do very, very
97.
realistically have 5 players still fighting for 2 places.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Matt Clark with 3 to play can potentially reach
100.
12 points. Jelle Klassen with 2 to play on 8 points can reach 12 points.
And
Bates can reach 12.
And he started on 2, Jelle Klassen.
Well, Bates can reach 14,
Yep. if he wins this.
59.
as can Taylor.
And West. So we could see all 3 of them do really well and separate on leg difference. We could see 5 players in the fight, and as I said, there's an outside chance of still seeing 6. Really remarkable, gripping finale
140.
to this group. We're basically none the wiser. It's pick 2 from 5 at the moment.
Yeah.
140.
Big match though coming up for Matt Clark after this
110.
against Justin Hood. He has to win that. Good stuff this from Owen Bates. Been him find
70.
ways to leave clear
David Roy,
target at tops
105.
once with that flatty that Mason Henry discussed in the previous break.
89.
And now he's got 3 clear at
Only
tops.
require 40.
Level this one up.
Game shot on the second leg, Owen Bates.
Only him and Jelle Klassen that have won all of their matches so far today. Klassen 3 from 3, Bates 2 from 2.
Yep. Yeah, the
Third leg,
only
Jacob to throw first.
2
Game on.
unbeaten players in the group.
140.
Hood who sort of kicked off the theme for today, didn't he, with a big against the darts win against Jacob Taylor in our opening match,
96.
winning 4-2, and that seemed to just set the tone for the day. Saw each of the top 3
140.
losing their opening matches.
$140.
Jacob Taylor did play very well against Steve West, and that was a really important match. It could turn out to be decisive
60.
in which one of them qualifies in the end. But he lost it 4-3.
Yeah, he found himself 3-0 down in the blink of an eye and almost almost
57.
pulled off the
Jacob
comeback
Iroquois
win, but it was a
161.
15 darter from West in the deciding leg.
They've both lost, of course, more matches
60.
today already than they lost in the whole of yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, both players only dropping the one match yesterday.
95. Jacob Iroquois 101.
101 then to regain the lead. Not to be, so this is an opportunity for Owen Bates,
69.
113.
Owen Iroquois 113.
94. Couldn't find the treble, so Taylor returned
42.
with 3 in hand at double
Jacob Iroquois
16
32.
for a 2-1 lead.
Game
Pins
shot on the
it.
third leg, Jacob Taylor.
Steady away so far for Jacob Taylor.
Fourth leg Owen to throw first.
In a win
Game
that
on.
will take him just one step closer to qualifying for tomorrow night.
60.
The grand final for 20 grand.
140.
At this point, Mace, could you pick a player that you think is going to make it through from this group?
I
don't think I
could.
Not with any kind of certainty.
50.
Obviously, the advantage is Steve West because of the points, but in terms of performances today, he's a worry.
Yeah, he's
And on the other hand, Jelle Klassen, in terms of performances, is the man
140.
you would probably pick. But even if he goes through the field, he might still not get enough points.
and it's his running. He's still to play
137.
Jacob Taylor.
Owen Iroquois 120.
and Owen Bates.
Yeah, this pair.
And at the moment, these
80.
two are averaging 95. And although we've seen some good stuff from Jelle, it's not been at that level, has it?
No, not at all.
126.
It's interesting that for Owen Bates. He was on
Owen
1-2-1. He
Iroquois
started on the
41.
19s because Taylor wasn't on a finish. He was actually trying to leave double 16, but missed a big number with his last dart. Went for the 13, hit the 4. But he's got the 13 in 2 bits.
Game
and
shot on
he's
the fourth
polished
leg,
it
Owen
off
Bates.
very nicely indeed in the end, Master.
Fifth leg, Jacob to throw first. Game
Nicely
on.
done. 2-2.
Oh, 134. Oh, 137. One hundred. $140.
Quality in this match remains high, Murph.
Yeah, and I think
85.
despite the tension, the quality hasn't suffered too much.
No. And there is, you can, like you say, you can sense it. As I was saying with Henry up on the balcony, the players' practice room, the
134.
difference as the week is sort of coming towards an end has just sort of quietened down, and there's
123. Oh, and you require
a lot
90.
more urgency in there.
Well, there could be some urgency here. Oh, this is a big chance, and he might feel like he's blown it already. Can rescue it. Can rescue it. Treble 15 or treble 19. Maybe that is
58.
a sign of
Jacob
tension.
Iroquois,
To
59.
miss big numbers at a big moment.
Wirebender.
19.
Don't think the way his darts go in, that was any help
Oh, and you
at all.
require
Ain't
32.
that the truth? Actually made the target smaller, didn't he?
Yeah, he had to go left or right.
Well, where can he go here?
Game
That's where he
shot
can
of the fifth
go. He
leg,
can go in
Owen
front
Bates.
and one away from another win.
Sixth leg, Owen to throw first. Game on.
15 dart breaker throw to back up the 14 dart hold in the previous leg. Looking like Bates is
60.
going to be the first one to kick for the line.
$60.
Yeah, this would be another huge win. And if you get a couple of players, I mean, I don't think that either of us, and maybe
57.
anybody else in this building and anybody watching this channel, would have thought that both Jacob Taylor and Steve West could miss out.
60.
But if you get Bates winning maybe 4 out of 5 and Klassen winning 5 out of 5 and getting through, you have to just say well done.
Absolutely.
100.
When you're topping the table after day one, it's in your hands. You just have to make sure.
60.
And is Jacob Taylor beginning to feel the heat from Owen Bates?
I also didn't expect of all the players,
58.
he's pretty steady, Jacob Taylor. I didn't expect him to go on such a run at the start of the day.
59.
And he's fairly stoic, isn't he? But we're seeing a fair bit of reaction from him. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. His second of the match.
Yeah, there's that kind of wry smile, which is almost a sign of, I know it's going wrong.
And then a real
On your
mistake there.
require 46.
Yeah, didn't count. And it means that Owen Bates has all the time in the world. And maybe the world at the end of his fingertips, this exciting young talent.
30.
On course to finals night.
That is why you've got to give yourself every chance. And if he finds 2 treble 20s, I was going to say he'll be fuming.
125. On your require 16.
So, for the 20-year-old to take another step towards finals night, he
No
can't
score.
quite manage it yet.
Jacob, you require 37.
5 darts at a double for a 4-2 win.
That would have put him top of the table.
Yeah.
5.
He gets 3 more. Yeah, the
On
truth
your
hurts, doesn't
require
it,
16.
Jacob? Tension.
Jacob, you require
Well,
32.
I was filling out my stats
Gauge
form.
on the 6th leg, Jacob
I'll have
Taylor.
to get the Tipex out.
They're going to go down to a decider, and Taylor will have the darts in it, but Owen Bates.
7th and final leg, Jacob to throw first.
Will he
Game
look
on.
back on those, and what will they mean at the end of the day? 8 mismatched darts.
60.
Well, if he loses this leg, that could well be the end of his day, because I'm not sure how he'd recover. Psychologically,
140.
this will be a dagger.
$137.
Yeah, big leg. We've already seen big moment.
43.
Especially as Taylor in the previous leg made a huge mathematical error and still got away with it.
Yeah, and you just saw Bates' reaction. Now, we said Taylor in the previous leg was
100.
looking like a man who felt it was going wrong. That reaction from Bates there to that treble 1 suggests that he might feel he's sinking in the quicksand.
140.
Yeah, it probably feels like he's stuck in mud.
Yeah, well, he's got his bucket and spade out there, hasn't he? Although his bucket is filled with mismatched darts at the moment.
100.
8 of them in that previous leg.
Yeah, up until that point, he was 50% on his doubles and looking
100.
very tidy, and that was a massive last start. If he doesn't take this out, Bates should get 1 at tops.
56. Owen, you require 78.
Can he do it? He gets another dart. He's had 8 already. Is that out of the way? It is. Look, it's a perfect flat dart again. But this time, he can't make the necessary adjustment. And it is 9 missed to win this all-important encounter.
16.
Or will it be his 10th match dart incoming?
All you require 20.
But eventually, we'll get him over the line, Murph.
Yeah, after Taylor's missed 2 himself. Do not want to be on double 5. Can't go inside. Has to hit.
10.
Hasn't hit. It's a dirty dozen. For Owen
Jacob, you
Bates.
require 32.
Oh, how fortunate has Jacob Taylor been here. If this goes in, double 8.
Game,
Well,
shot,
it was a
and
dozen
the
of his
match,
own.
Jacob Taylor.
At doubles. Fortunately for him, it was lucky number 13. 4 from 13 for Jacob Taylor on the doubles. 3 from 18 for Owen Bates. And that will smart. When we come back, it is Matt Clark back in action against Justin Hood.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Tension, drama, everywhere you look. Wow, is all you can say about that previous game. Owen Bates missing 12 match darts to beat Jacob Taylor. Taylor wins 4-3, and this is what it does to the table, because it's now Jacob Taylor who goes back to the top of the pile alongside Steve West on 10. Owen Bates and the other class are both tied on 8. That could be a three-way tie on 8 points here if Matt Clark can get the better of Justin Hood. Let's have a look at their head-to-heads then, following the first day's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. You have a look there at the checkout ratio. Matt Clark, very impressive there. 41.03% of all of his doublings on day one. As for Justin Hood, just over a quarter of his doubles he found. Session averages not too dissimilar, 85.74 and 86.32. But what's going to give in this one? Let's head over to our commentary team to find out. It's Chris Mason and Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Well, another game with huge connotations. A defeat here for Matt Clark. And his race is pretty, well, his race will be run. And Justin Hood could become spoiler. This is the third cycle of games. At the completion of this match, all the players will have 2 to play, and that equates to 4 points if in the final 2 matches you win them both. So if Matt Clark's defeated here, the most he can reach is 10.
Which is still a possibility because, of course, he plays the 2 on 10, so he would stop them getting
10. 12. Yeah, you can keep
First
them on
leg,
10.
Matt, to
and we know that
first.
Matt Clark can come from anywhere and still get through a group. It also means that we've still got the possibility of everybody finishing on 10 because Justin Hood can win his last 3 matches. But it's just taken a little turn towards maybe order being restored, hasn't it? And after all that, we might end up with Taylor and West still being the top 2 come the end of the day. But Jelle Klassen has a chance now, doesn't he, in the very next match to carry on his climb.
Well, ultimately, as a player, you just want it in your hands. And as it stands right now, it is still down to Taylor and West to just win their remaining 2 matches. And in the match to follow this one, Taylor plays Klassen, then West is against Clark.
100.
But having said that, Mace, if in a way, every player, maybe apart from Owen Bates, because of who he plays, is going to feel like it's in their own hands because Klassen, as you've just mentioned, plays
96.
Taylor, so he can take 2 points off him and give them to himself.
But ultimately, Taylor and West hasn't got to worry about other results, have they?
No, but in a strange way, neither does the other players, because if they win their games, they're stopping them winning games.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I get your point.
Even Matt Clark, if you think about the fact of, yeah, of course he's got to win this one, but he then plays Taylor and West. It's close enough that
yes,
the 2 players on 10 and the 2 players on 8 are going to feel like if I win the rest of my games, I'm going to be pretty much there or thereabouts. I think the big one for me is the next one, Jelle Klassen against Jacob Taylor, because then
we can eliminate
171.
we could basically see it start to fall away from Taylor's hands. If he'd have lost that last match, and he really
should
have lost the last match, he would have been in a world of trouble.
Oh yeah,
match require
he is
24.
very fortunate.
Matt Clark, though, we can never write him off as long as there's a mathematical chance, which there is. And he's playing the one player who is basically out of the race.
And let's not forget, with Clark, he was in a similar position. He had to rely on other results, and then a result of his own. I think it was a 4-0 win to qualify for
134.
his weekly win.
Been in that position basically twice, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So this won't be alien to him. And maybe that will be a little mental advantage
137.
Stefan Belmont, a first win on the Euro Tour today, beating Robert Owen.
Yep, and Barry Van Peer got the job done.
100.
Winning another Challenge Tour, defeating Dragutin Horvat.
Yeah, so he's top of the order of merit now by almost £2,000.
Yeah.
Ahead of John Henderson.
He'll be the one. I mean, Hendo. Happy birthday to Hendo for yesterday, but he went out first round.
54.
Now, if I tell you what, if Lucas Fennick goes out early in the next one of the Challenge Tours, he will be massively regretting
97.
being advised by his management team to give this one a swerve.
Yeah, but has to maybe take some responsibility himself. Advisors advise, don't they? But it's ultimately your decision. unless there are contractual obligations.
Well, I'm sure that's what it would have been, but
Justin, you require 170.
why would you send a player who, I'm pretty sure, I haven't spoken to him, he was absolutely elated to have qualified
96.
and was like literally couldn't wait
130.
to come here to try and win Champions Week, and then you send him to an event that he doesn't really want to be at. You're not going to get the best performance out of him, are you?
Yeah, and it's all for 2 places in the Challenge Tour, isn't it? And they're pretty much, he's too far behind. 2 in the treble, though, for Matt Clark here.
120.
That would have been 310 in
Justin, you require
6.
74.
Hood. Go for a 16 and tops. Oh, no, he won't. Of course he'll go for a 20 and a double 18 because he loves it there.
38.
Not on this occasion, though.
Matt, you require 10.
I'm always curious about players who do everything they can to leave double 18 because they all absolutely love double 18, but they tend to hate double 9. It's double 2 on offer for Matt Clark.
6. Justin, you require 36. Game shot on the second leg, Justin Hood.
Double 18 and hate double 9 if you can always hit double 18, and Justin Hood seems to be able to do that.
Yeah, he's
Third leg, Matt to throw.
he's pretty good on it, isn't he?
Game on.
So it was a 13 dart hold. Clark. And a 16 dart hold from Justin.
58.
But had to rely on Clark missing doubles.
$96.
Fabulous start to the year for Andy Batons. Continues. He's 3-1 up on Watamina over in Belgium.
58.
I've got an interesting little fun story there. Andy, the Belgian beast. Who we are going to see here at the Super Series at one point. Yeah, I was doing interviews at the Lakeside last year, and I said to all the players, you know, in that sort of, I'm sort of next to the camera, the players in shot, I'm out of shot and holding the microphone, so you can basically see my arm and the microphone. And said to all the players before the interview, the mic will pick it up, don't feel you need to move closer to it. Every time Andy Barton's answered a question, he leaned right down into the microphone. The one to watch when we do interviews with him here at the Super Series. He just didn't get it, and then all the press conference people had seen this, and he was doing it in their interviews as well.
140. Justin, you require 130.
For a break of throw and a 2-1 lead. Ooh, wild one.
50. Matt, you require 105.
105 to take the lead. 85. No, sir.
53. Justin, you require 80.
Well, it's that roller spoiler here for Justin Hood. Double 10. Hasn't found it. He's in a role in which he's basically saying to Matt Clark, well, if I'm going down,
52.
I'm taking you with me. Tops the choice for this master of brinksmanship at the Super Series, but maybe he's run out of luck.
Justin, you require 10.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? Maybe he's run out of lives.
No score.
Maybe he's got a few more lives.
Require 20.
More than a cat.
Looks like a cat's been at his shirt, to be fair, doesn't it? You look at the... more of a tiger.
Yeah, I think Yeah, I don't think that's a
Game shot
moggy.
third leg, Matt Clark.
That'd be a big lion.
But he does manage to get the leg in the ledger and get back ahead.
Fourth leg, Justin to throw first. Game on.
Well, in both the legs that there's been 180s, the player that has hit the max has lost the leg.
57. $99. $134. $81.
It's a bit of a sort of, I don't know, a bit of a killer of a game, really. It's been all fun and thrills
83.
and drama and all that, and this one just seems to be a little bit tepid.
Yeah, I was thinking that, and then I looked at the averages.
Yeah, Clark is playing well. I think Hood has sort of played at Clark's pace. I think that's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, Clark's averaging 95.04.
60.
Prior to in 60.
Yeah, just dropped a little bit, but still both above 90, which is very respectable.
And when I look at the checkout stats, 28.57% for Clark,
83.
2 from 7, and only 16.67%, 1.1 from 6 for Hood. It just shows you during the scoring phase of the game, they're both pretty tidy.
But Hood's a quick player, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Cast back to the other games earlier today, and he's raced through them.
140.
He's sort of just sauntering up to
He's
the
got
hockey
a
himself.
bit bogged down.
Possibly. He's not playing at his usual pace in this match, that's for certain.
38. Match require 121.
1-2-1 then, to go 3-1 up. Treble 17 leaves the ball.
$85.
Leaves it handy.
Justin Uruguay 106.
Looking to hoist Hood by his own petard if he comes back. This has got to be a 10, hasn't it? Because he loves it
Game shot of
there.
the fourth leg, Justin Hood.
A match that you feel should be littered with breaks of throw.
Fifth leg, Matt to
not had
throw first.
A single break.
Game on.
Yet we've had plenty of missed darts at doubles. Both have had 7 at a double. Both of it 2.
100. $43.
Andy Martins has done the business against Watamina, 6-3.
$95. $115.
Yeah, I do think, Mace, that Hood is... I think his head has sort of given up on... The arm is still going and throwing how he wants to throw, but mentally is less engaged.
Yeah.
140. $100.
166. Can't be done. All about leaving it handy from here. Stay there now. If it's a single 20, possibly could go down for 2 treble 19s to leave double 16, but ultimately the 134 would have been 2 treble 19s, but he's done it the more conventional way.
59. Match require 32.
So, conventional.
What's your opinion on AI at the moment?
Game shot to flag, Matt Clark.
I thought you'd have these kind of discussions to late nights with Henry. I didn't expect this at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon.
Six leg Justin to
I'll be honest, I
throw
find it
first.
quite
Game on.
scary. I think we could find ourselves in a situation where we create the Frankenstein monster.
83.
That's what Elon Musk feared, wouldn't it?
Well, the head of AI at Google has just resigned and basically said he regrets his life work and thinks it's kind of going to be out of control.
Well, they're so advanced at these computers that they're learning
93.
like the human brain.
Yeah, and basically, I mean, we might get an AI dart player that's just perfect all the time.
Well, there was. It was Taylor.
True, yeah. before the modern age.
123.
Yeah, I think it's something certainly that needs to be controlled. For certain things, it's obviously brilliant, but it's when it's programmed by humans. But what's happening now is it's taking on a level of
intelligence.
Yeah, its own intelligence, its own opinion. It's not just
100.
Pre-programmed
instruction anymore. What would AI be telling Matt Clark to do here when he comes back? Start on the 18s?
23.
No. Keep it simple. There's little resistance from Hood right now. Good man.
We'll end up not leaving a
100.
finish, but I think he feels that he just needs to keep piling in the treble 20s and knowing that Hood will eventually fold.
If Hood takes out 272 in 2 visits, it's one of those situations where you go, good luck to you.
Yeah, and the difference in performance levels is highlighted there. Clark's got better as the game's gone on. Hood has got worse. Sixteens.
136.
Yeah, it's becoming a chore now, isn't it? He knows that he's not going to make finals night and kind of has to fulfill his fixtures.
100. Match requires 72.
May stay down on the 16s. Single leaves tops. In it goes.
That's the prediction.
52.
Wow. Yeah, he can't believe
Justin,
it
you
either.
require 84.
Well, 13 ball. The red bit in the middle.
35. Match require 20.
So to seal a win that would keep him in contention. Double 5.
Game.
And there it is.
Matt Clark
puts himself onto 8 points and just 2 off the pace with 2 to play. And listen to this. I'm going to run you through the top 5 positions here. Taylor and West on 10 points. Bates, Clark and Klassen all on 8. And all of them have 4 points to play for. The run-in is going to be thrilling. Matt Clark has made his move and he's also made his statement with that performance. A 96.72 average, a 4-2 success over Justin Hood, the only man out of contention now here in Group C. This is going to be a grandstand finish, and Superman is still in the race.
We're still none the wiser, are we, as to who's going to make it through to finals night in Group C? It really has been an encapsulating group so far. A couple of rounds to go then, and have a look at that. There's actually a conceivable scenario where we could have all the players level on points come the final round of fixtures. It's head-hurting stuff, but it really is enthralling all the same here at the live lounging pool. So it's Taylor and West that lead the way, though, in this particular battle to make their way through to tomorrow night's final here at the live lounging pool. So, and it is Taylor who's going to be in action in our next match. He takes on Yellow Klassen. But before that, it's time for another Modus game, which, to be honest, probably encapsulates what's happening here in Group C. Is it in? Are they not in? Does a grape count as a berry?
No, it's not.
Oh, that's in!
Is it in?
It's in!
It's in!
Well, I think the question for Jacob Taylor here is he in or is he not in? Because, and that's a question for many players in this group, isn't it? Taylor.
Or is Yellow in?
Yeah. Taylor top of the table, but no guarantee he'll get through. And in fact, only got through his last match by the skin of his teeth against Owen Bates.
Yeah, had to rely on Owen. What did he miss in the end? 12 darts.
12 darts for the match.
Yeah, a dirty dozen, I think you fittingly put it.
And Matt Clark, well, he's just kept himself in the race. 8 points, along with Yellow Klassen, who's won all of his matches today. 3 from 3, the only player to go through the card unbeaten so far. And if he wins here, he will join Taylor and Steve West on 10. And then Matt Clark will play Steve West. He can go to 10. And then Owen Bates will play Justin Hood, and he can go to 10.
First leg,
and we have a very realistic prospect
first.
here, ladies and gentlemen.
Game on.
That 5 players will be on 10 points going into the last set of matches.
43.
Jacob Taylor from Foresters Point in Newfoundland. Right on the
59.
Ocean. And it's that one that incredibly freezes, and he was showing us some pictures of it yesterday. It was
140.
almost doesn't look real. He said it gets a little bit cold there.
128.
Yeah, it was a big effort for him to come over to, first of all, participate in his qualifying week. There's obviously associated expenses that players from the UK and even from mainland Europe don't have to consider.
138.
Coming from as far afield as North America is a real commitment. But we saw Raymond Smith travel from the other side of the world and get the ultimate payoff by winning Champions Week in the previous series.
140. Jacob requires 78.
Double 12 for the first leg for Taylor. Double 6.
66.
Well, he's had so many darts like that today, mate, where the dart at the double has been well thrown but just hasn't gone in.
On the first leg.
Been right on there, haven't they? But it's actually, I didn't know this. It's in Saskatchewan. In
Second leg yellow to Throwfers. Game on.
We used to visit regularly. It's not actually that close to the ocean. I was telling lies. I suppose for Canadians it's quite close.
It's all relative, isn't it?
58.
Well, in Australia, they'll don't think nothing about travelling 5 or 6 hours for a league game.
No.
58.
Well, they go and have a right proper weekend. Same in America, actually, isn't it? Where they'll go and they'll play from 10 in the morning on the Saturday till midnight on the
96.
Sunday. 6, 7 different tournaments, different formats.
Yep, different types of games, cricket, blind draw, luck of the draw.
You have to watch the windows in cricket. For those that don't understand, it isn't what you think. It is a form of darts.
57.
Actually, an incredible game. Really makes you think.
134.
Also named as tactics for a reason. Have to apply them.
Oh, look at that. Picture perfect from Jacob Taylor.
16.
Filling up the treble.
43. Jacob Roy 110.
Double 18, double 18. Yellow Klassen, I've seen a lot of him doing that today, and he got a good, clear view of Jacob Taylor taking that out. He appreciates it as well, a little tap of the thigh. But he's looking really, really closely at his opponent's darts
Jacob to throw
to see whether they're in or not. He really has got engaged in today's play, hasn't he? Because before it, we could have wrongly written him off on only 2 points after one day.
Well, we did suggest, though, that the fact that there's been a change of equipment indicated to us that maybe feels like this is an opportunity to try something new, and that's more or less sort of waving the white flag.
Yeah, well, it was one of two, wasn't it? It's either that or a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
Where to say, look, I'm not playing well with these darts. Maybe I'll try something else tomorrow, and it might pay off. If it doesn't, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And in turn, I think that allows you to play with a bit of freedom because, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but you've got a ready-made excuse. You're saying to yourself, well, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I don't care.
Exactly. At the moment, keeps rolling sixes.
Well, he's a cobra. Snake eyes.
140.
Well, at least 60s, because we just saw his second, or his first 180, the third of the match. Taylor has 2.
41.
He's looking
Jacob
to win 2 legs.
92.
Start to the match. Those players hovering around
76.
100 average.
Yellow require 108.
Matt Clark played well in the last game, but we did comment on the sort of pace and manner of it. This one's totally different. There's urgency in this one.
Yeah, this
92. Jacob require 16.
Being played at a completely different tempo.
Game shot in the third leg, Jacob Taylor.
The problem is for Yellow Klassen that, and maybe any of those players now on 8 points, is that
Fourth leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
Is catastrophic.
Yeah.
Because if it's defeat to Taylor or West, which is what we're going to see in the next 2 games, then that's it, isn't it, for them?
Yep.
Because they're 4 points behind. That's how fine the margins are at this point of a day. Taylor wins here and West wins the next match, then it's as good as done. Owen Bates would be the only one then that could catch them, but he could only catch them. He
83.
Overtake them, and it'd have to be leg difference.
140.
Because West plays Matt Clark next.
Oh, 134.
They dined together last evening.
Who did?
West and Clark.
Ooh.
Nice.
139.
I'm sure they'll be sharing supper tonight if it's a winner-takes-all contest in that one.
Might not even be speaking, never mind eating.
99.
Well, this one could be level
68.
in the meat of this match. Klassen, well, I think he really needs to take this out with Taylor poised on 100, and he hasn't taken it out. Big moment. Big exchange. Big chance for a break here for Taylor. Does he go tops? He doesn't, but he finds a treble 20 to leave double 10.
90. Yellow requires 16.
Missed opportunity.
Game shot of the fourth leg.
And that is a really good, solid response from Yellow Klassen, who would have been fearing the worst then.
Yeah, levels things up.
Fifth leg, Jacob to throw first. Game on.
All still very much up in the air.
42. 57.
But just a reminder of the final 2 rounds of fixtures. This is the first of them. Then it's Steve West against Matt Clark. If Clark and Klassen win, we get 4 players on 10. Bates then takes on Justin Hood. If he wins that, we'd have 5 players on 10 going into the final round of matches, which would be Matt Clark against Jacob Taylor.
83.
Yellow Klassen against Owen Bates, and Steve West against Justin Hood.
94.
And Klassen seems to be making his move here.
And like we mentioned, we expected after the
59.
first couple of rounds of games,
170.
when we were joined by Sporty Stuff TV, to be the bearers of bad news, and
58.
Pretty much say it was done and dusted, but far from it. Every match remaining right now has something on it.
139. Yellow require 112.
Oh dear. Why is he anywhere near a treble?
I have
96.
no maybe because of the
Require
60 and it would
120.
sat up. Not particularly inviting.
In that case, go elsewhere.
Yeah. 16.
100.
Double 18.
Yellow requires
Which
16.
he used to love.
Yeah.
May not matter in the end. How much can he see? Because they are
Not a lot.
big, bulky barrels.
No score. Jacob, you require 20.
Well, that was a real chance to break for Yellow Klassen, and he made
Game shot
maybe a
of the fifth leg,
mistake in
Jacob Taylor.
not leaving a double at the end of the combination shot, and then missed 3 darts at double, well thrown as they were. And
Six
Taylor
leg yellow to throw first.
takes
Game
the
on.
lead, moves within 1, and moves within an almighty
100.
victory that would see him, well, basically put a foot in finals night.
Almost like it's
45.
meant to be, because Owen Bates had 12 darts to beat him. Yellow Klassen there has had
93.
Well, it should have been 4. It was 3 in the end, wasn't it? But
Yeah.
it should have been 4.
3 darts to break, throw and lead 3-2.
99.
When a player starts getting away with things,
56.
you've only got a look back in history.
96.
Not too many players that have won things without facing adversity en route.
58.
Probably exclude maybe MVG and Taylor.
But even so, usually they'd have 1 match per
Yeah.
tournament that,
Could have gone
yeah,
100.
another way.
not necessarily right at the end of the match, but maybe there was a point in the 3rd set or something where they could have lost it and could have found themselves 3-0 down and said it was 2-1.
140. Jacob
Things
require
like that.
161.
Klassen doing well here, but well, if Chris's name's on the pot thing is going to come true, then maybe the 161 would have been the
137.
bold font and
Yellow require
underlining of that
54.
statement. Or Klassen missing more darts at double.
Game shot of the
But
sixth
he's
leg.
done well,
Yellow
and we do
Klassen.
have a really, really important leg now.
Huge. Absolutely huge for both.
Seventh and final leg, Jacob to
Right, let me just tell you
throw first.
exactly
Game on.
what's at stake here. If Jacob Taylor wins this leg of darts on throw, he moves on to 12 points. And Owen Bates
134.
and Matt Clark would remain 4 behind him with 2 to play for. Could only catch on leg different, and he would be
43.
very firmly in pole position. But if Klassen wins, he would join Taylor on 10 and ensure
96.
that for both of them, it would go down to the last match.
And he'd go ahead of Steve West into second.
On
leg difference.
21.
No, you wouldn't. My apologies. I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, it'd be pretty much.
There's just too many players on 8.
Yeah, but they're all on similar leg difference anyway. If he won it, he'd be on
Yeah.
0, and then there'd be the 3 above him would only be on +2.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, the 3 that are above him now because
97.
he'd go above Clark and Bates. And Clark plays West next, and actually, if Clark beats him, then by then Klassen could be ahead of Steve West.
100.
But
It's looking like Taylor is going to get it done here.
oh no,
44.
Yeah, you're right.
Jacob require
it's
111.
6 to take out the 111. Could do it in 3, but I don't think he'd bother. The bull, if you want it, Jacob, correctly turns
79.
it down.
Yeah. Yeah, no place for a showy shot.
99.
Give
Jacob
yourself
require
3 to
32.
get it done. And a foot in the final.
Game
And he
shot
does
and the
exactly
match,
that.
Jacob
Taylor takes a step forward. Klassen defeated for the first time today. A second successive 4-3 victory for Jacob, having lost his first 2 matches. But now he finds himself back in the box seat. Moves on to 12 points. The first player to get there leaves Yellow Klassen languishing on 8 and now needing favours and a big win in his last match to have any chance of qualifying himself. It has been a really good day's darts for Klassen, but it's Taylor who gets over the line in the match and closer to the line in the group. Coming next, Steve West is looking to do exactly the same when he takes on Matt Clark.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Jacob Taylor get the better of Jelle Klassen by 4 legs to 3, doing so of a 91.08 average and 4 out of 14 when it came to the doubles. Right, next up for us, it is Steve West up against Matt Clark, and watching this one in the commentary box are the two Chris's.
Yeah, and watch out for Matt Clark, because he does have this way about him and this sort of knack of making it through. And if he can beat Steve West here, then it's very much game on for him and for Owen Bates, who takes on Justin Hood next, and maybe still for Jelle Klassen, although we did feel he would have to win all of his matches, and having lost for the first time, he could find himself out, and he will find himself out if Steve West wins this match against Matt Clark. In fact, so will Clark himself. He's drinking in the Last Chance Saloon, and it is really, really fine margins, Mace. If he wins it, very much in pole position, he'd go above West in the table. If he loses it, that's it. He's out.
Yeah, well, West losing to Jelle and then Owen losing to
First leg,
Jacob
Steve,
has
to
opened the doors up
Rovers.
for Matt Clark.
Game on.
We just know that canny knack of just finding a way.
Owen Bates and Matt Clark are both on 8 points and a
100.
+2 leg difference. Steve West on 10 points and a +2 leg difference. So if Clark beats West in this game and Bates then beats Justin Hood, West would actually find himself in 4th position going into the last round of matches.
85.
In this 4th cycle of games, it's West against Clark and then Bates against Hood, which follows.
Yeah, we've lost the
97.
scenario of getting 5 players on 10, but there's still the possibility of 4 players on 12.
Yes.
We did say 14 would guarantee safety. We were right about that. We said 12 would probably get you
59.
through, but it was possible that you could finish 3rd on 12 points, and we could be right about that as well.
Yeah, it's be a precarious position Although we will know more in the next 2 matches, I
82.
think.
Yeah, we'll know more in this match, particularly if West wins it, because if he does, then there's only Owen Bates that's still in contention then, and even he would need everything to go his way.
Yeah, and it'd be the manner of victory as well, wouldn't it, for West? And he won this tie 4-2 yesterday.
85.
Without playing anywhere near his best.
Yep, another big game, and we've had plenty of those, and we'll have plenty more tonight. 10 p.m. for
58.
Group B. Daryl Pilgrim has put himself perfectly placed after winning all 4 matches last night.
He was brilliant, wasn't he? Absolutely the standout player of the group.
There were some great games, including one between Pilgrim
and Worsley. Yeah, that game's up on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel in its entirety. If you've not had enough darts after today's session, which should be wrapped up around 6, take a look at that, because it is absolutely spectacular.
Thought he was good as well, Worsley, and I thought that
he was
probably be disappointed with his points tally at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Being on 4 in the middle.
92.
He's my pick, actually, to win the week. I'm sticking with it. But I have been given cause for concern by not his performances, but the brilliance of other players.
Yeah, and I think you were bang on the money. Looking at last night's, like I say, looking at the performance as a whole, not necessarily the points tally.
Steve, you require
may well have
72.
been a bold shout, but one that's...
Well, he would give you a run for your money, wouldn't he? Put it that way. Steve West looking at tops.
32.
Yeah, you're going to get value out of him, that's for sure.
That you require 130.
I can't see him not coming through that group tonight. Not if he plays to the similar level he produced last night.
He probably will get through if he gets the same points tally as well, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, that's what I always say. Win half your games on the Thursday and Friday night, and you'll be very unlucky not to progress.
I think it was Adrian Conterman who didn't manage that, wasn't it? He
94.
got 8 points level with
Steve
Mike Gillett.
Roar,
Gillett got through, and here he is at Champions Week, though he's got work to do this evening.
Yeah, he's in a world of trouble, isn't he?
West.
West wins the first leg, takes the first step. After all the thrills and spills, it could be as good as signed and sealed after this match. Yellow class are not yet eliminated, but would be if West wins here. Matt Clark, not yet eliminated, but would be if West wins here.
100.
Signed, sealed,
100.
and delivered. Stevie Wonder, wasn't it?
It was.
Bit of a tune. But that's on the Murphy playlist.
I got a bit of that kind of thing on there.
85.
Well, we're seeing the players bear a bit of their soul.
60.
Absolutely. I'm sure Matt Clark will be drawing on old experiences as well, if he's feeling superstitious. Or is the writing on the wall for Matt Clark?
97.
I know that you feel that maybe Jacob Taylor has got a bit of darting destiny about what's happened for him today. 12 match starts, the key moment for Owen Bates. Squandered against him in match 8. And having lost his first 2 matches, he's won his next 2 in last leg deciders.
Yeah, and he was in a world of trouble against Yellow Klassen.
$59.
Start calling him the bullet dodger.
$100. Metro
would almost seem
160.
Okay, whoever gets through deserves to get through, but it would always seem a bit of an anticlimax if we ended up with the top 2 from yesterday still getting through today after all of the sort of
trials and tribulations, doesn't it?
Yeah, the way it started with them both getting beaten. And then they played each other, so one of them was beaten twice.
It was almost the perfect storm in the opening 3 matches. Top 3 think you mentioned it earlier, beaten by the bottom three.
Yeah, really did set up an exciting end, which we
134.
still may get.
Match requires 60.
So if West manages to prevail, it could pretty much be the end. It would be the end for Matt Clark, so he needs to hit this. And he's had a few darts, a few visits of 60 where he's made it really difficult for himself. Determined not to bust, isn't he? So he goes near the double, but that causes its own problems. But no problem with a clear bed there, and it is all square.
Super dart, that. Last one in hand. Steve West.
Steve to throw first.
Waiting on
Game
50 to break throw and lead 2-0. Took a lot of bottle.
93.
The
100.
one thing that does make the pace of play of Matt Clark sort of conducive to the end of groups is that it almost raises the tension, doesn't it? The
Yeah.
slower speed. It becomes palpable.
54.
Yeah, it just does create drama.
It gives the opponent more time to think.
57.
Yeah, the dwell time.
$140.
He's not producing the level that he did in his win against Justin Hood just yet in this one, Matt Clark. But that was a game he grew into. Actually, the average seemed to
57.
improve leg by leg in that match.
West very much in control of this leg.
134.
80 after 12.
$97. Steve, you require 80.
There's plenty in the way there, but he's got time on his side.
60.
I really think it might have been worth just throwing one high. I'm sure Steve West would rather be coming back for tops and tens.
Yeah, just because of that horrible breakdown. But a lot of players who
85.
like tops
Steve, you
have no
require
real fear of
20.
fives. It's almost the same weight as of dart.
It almost looked like he laid up for double five there with that dart. And there you see, he makes
Steve
his
West.
analysis is proved perfectly correct. Steve West
Was
goes
I
ahead
not
again
to
with a holder
throw
throwing
first?
18 darts.
As I keep telling you,
on.
Murph, a broken clock is right twice a day.
$100.
Head down, head on really for Steve West. It's a professional performance, if not the glittering brilliance that we have seen from him at times this week.
100.
He's been pretty steady. We've seen both sides to Steve West. We've seen him really excel in some matches, post big averages, have quick legs of darts, but we've also seen legs where he's been unable to throw 3 straight darts consecutively for 3 or 4
96.
throws.
Yeah.
This is the bang in the middle, isn't it? Everything's straight, everything's solid.
$100.
Perfect example.
Must be a couple of broken clocks in this box today. That's usually the point where they fire one wide into the 105, isn't it?
Mystic Murph and Mystic Mason. My mystical ability to
96.
buy future classic cars is paying dividends. That Porsche I mentioned to you that the other day that I put up for sale, it's gone, sold.
You taking me out for dinner after?
140.
I'll take you out in the Aston tonight, pal. I'll get down by the marina.
$97. Steve, you require 161.
I think right now your money's safely invested in future classic cars. As we get closer to that point of where they want to
46.
do away with the car as we know it. Do you still have
112.
is yours a hybrid?
No.
No.
Well, never mind the hybrid. They want to do with the drivers, but that takes us back to the AI chart, doesn't
yeah.
it?
That's already the case with the Tesla.
60.
I do fancy one of
Steve,
them.
you
but I
require
just-
115.
There's a couple of Ferraris I want that are Tesla money, and I'm not sure I can do that to myself.
Not sure about that from Steve.
66.
First start fine, but then on 90 with 2 left.
He was doing the beaten.
52.
Yeah.
Bull 15 bull. And didn't we see Joe Cullen do that as well when he won the Masters?
Yeah. But it's just a lack of adapting there. When he's hit the 25, 90 left, go for a bigger target. Tops for Clark to take advantage. And he does exactly that.
Mettler.
And it's not quite a Ferrari-type performance from either player.
No, it's more of
Fifth leg
a...
Steve to throw first. Game on.
More of a... I don't know. I've got to be careful.
109.
Well, we've been waiting for that particular bus for a while.
First one of the match.
You know what usually happens with buses, right?
Yeah.
100.
Here comes the other one.
Not quite, but it was a well-thrown dart. In fact, this is Steve
60.
West all over. We spoke about this right at the start of the week. His grouping is that good that when he misses, he can't correct.
No.
So
Well,
many times he'll put 3 on the wire.
Yeah, what you do is you just take a little bit off of it, but what can happen? It can sometimes, it'll just slide into the flight perfectly and keep the dart at exactly the same height as the previous one because he uses a very stiff flight, so there's little to no give at all in them. You can see how thick they are.
That's a better example because he missed by a bigger margin, so it was actually easy for him to make the adjustment.
Exactly, and the dart was going nowhere near the previous one, so it couldn't be affected.
Clark needs a couple of trebles to get down to the same finish. Won't do that.
60.
The West still very much
Steve
has,
Roy,
in
161.
terms of the Super Series Group C, the whole world in his hands. No need for this, Steve. And I'm actually surprised because he wouldn't usually go for a flashy finish unnecessarily.
No. No, I was surprised he came down. I think he's... Well...
Maybe even impatience.
Yeah. A little frustration. Like all dart players, you want to play well all of the time.
Roy, 42.
Tops.
Game shot of the fifth
West
leg.
is
Steve
one away,
West.
and this group could be as good as wrapped up if he wins one of the remaining 2.
Best leg of the match.
Sixth leg match.
Nothing's been over 19 darts. Rest of them have been 18s, 2 18 to 17. That was a 15. Averaging 88, which is tidy enough.
Well, this is a group where it looked like 2 players
99.
were going to be wrapping things up pretty quickly after 4 out of 5 wins yesterday. Jacob Taylor and Steve West. It also looked like 2 players who only had 1 win yesterday would be out of contention very quickly. And Justin Hood and Yellow Klassen. Well, it's taken 9 matches for Justin Hood to be mathematically eliminated. And then we're now in match 11, and we might be about to see Klassen go and Clark go with him.
85.
Still an outside chance for Owen Bates in 3rd place if West does win this, but he will join Jacob Taylor on 12, and Bates would have to win his remaining 2, but it would be out of his hands because neither of those 2 matches are against the 2 players above him.
Grafting away,
137.
isn't he?
We said you can never, even now, can't bring myself to write him off. I don't know if when he's actually out I'll be able to do it.
77.
Yeah, we'll have to double check and then treble check.
And it looks like we're going to get the decider. 140 here would leave tops.
Just can't shake him off.
140.
Yeah. Really good leg of darts. When it looked like it was all done and dusted, he's on tops after 12. Might even go for a 16 here.
48.
You wish he had. Although,
Match require
should be
40.
immaterial.
Taking his time. Double 10. But what won't be
Team Jonathan's
immaterial
leg,
is this
Meckler.
next leg. It is once again enormous. Just like the last leg in the last match when Jacob Taylor played against Yellow
Seventh
Klassen.
and final
This
leg,
one
Steve, to
is do or
Throw
die
first. Game on.
for Matt Clark. And maybe even for Steve West, when you consider if Clark wins it, he'll actually end up going above West on leg difference.
97.
This is our 5th 4-3. And looking at players with having the throw, of the 10 matches played, 7 of them have gone with the darts.
96.
And only 1 has gone against the throw in the decider. And that was Yella against Justin Hood.
And this one might be about to go the way of the
180.
throw once again, because West has piled in a second maximum at the most timely opportunity. Look at the focus from Steve West there, behind Matt Clark.
45.
Not looking, just focusing on what he's doing.
And a reaction to the max from Matt Clark there with the 45. He was more than aware he had to follow it with at least 2 treble visit. A big treble as well.
And we now know that West has got 6 from 103 to
100.
eliminate Clark,
Steve
to eliminate
require
Klassen,
103.
and to put himself as good as through to finals night.
Treble 16.
55.
We'll be overtowing Bates in the next match to try and cling on to his faint hopes. And how harmful will those 12 darts now be looking that he missed against Jacob Taylor?
100. Steve, you require 48.
This could be the moment for Steve West. It won't be confirmation, but it will be almost assured.
8.
Well, we did say time and
Match
time again that Matt Clark always
160.
finds a way.
He surely can.
Can't he?
Oh, we've seen Jacob Taylor dodge 12 bullets earlier. No.
He's not going to take it, so he's going to have to be
60.
gifted it. Steve West
Steve
determined not
require
to do that.
40.
He's already missed a couple of darts to win this match. But he
In
misses no
shot.
more.
And the match,
And that
Steve
means
West.
that Matt Clark will not be at finals night for the first time in 4 attempts at the Super Series. He's made it 3 times out of 3 before this Champions Week. And what a gripping Champions Week it has been. But we will say goodbye to Clark. He'll play his last match in a couple of games' time. Yellow Klassen also now out of contention as Steve West tightens his hold on one of those top 2 spots along with Jacob Taylor. The only man now that can change that is Owen Bates. He's going to need a perfect end to the day and one of Taylor or West to slip up, and he can only win a spot on leg difference. But he is coming next. The first part of that equation is around the corner. He takes on Justin Hood. If he loses that game, it is all sorted. Join us after the break.
It could be ever so closer to a go for West at Champions Week finals night as he gets a better Matt Clark by 4 legs to 3. This is what it does then in the context of the table. It puts both him and Taylor onto 12 points. There's still other scenarios possibly at play involving Owen Bates in our next game against Justin Hood, which is going to be our focus and attention now. But before we do that, let's look back at another one of our memorable moments in this series where Conor Heenahan became the man once again.
Two fixtures. They both lost both their fixtures and they're both on -6. One of them is going to be bottom of the table on 0 points after 3 matches. Conor Heenahan's just had his throw broken and then hits back with a maximum visit. But this is the best I have seen Alan Norris play for some time. And I don't just mean because he's hitting all the trebles like Conor Heenahan firing in for a second 180, a back-to-back 180. He's the last player to hit a 9-darter, the only man to do it under this roof.
Connie for 141.
They say history has a habit of repeating itself.
Can it? Double 12. He's only got to do it again! He really is the man!
Heenahan.
He's the only man who's hit a 9-darter under this roof, and now he's got 2!
Yeah, Heenahan very much the man. Twice here at the Super Series. So we have only seen 2 9-darters, both from him. And it's about who will be the men in this group going through to finals night. And it looks like we now know. And it's all been for nothing, Mace, because it's going to be Jacob Taylor and Steve West, unless Owen Bates can pull off something special.
Yeah, this will tell us going into the final cycle of games if, well, there's going to be anything to play for.
Yeah, basically, he needs to win this to move on to 10 points. And then he needs to win his last match against Yellow Klassen to move on to 12 points. Before that, he'll already know whether he can catch Jacob Taylor or not, because he'll be playing Matt Clark in the next match. But Steve West playing Justin Hood in the last game just gives Bates a chance to pile on some pressure to West in particular, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And he's the most likely one to catch because he's got the lower leg difference of the top 2, +3 compared to +6 from Taylor.
Yeah, well,
a bad start, by the way.
Yeah, Bates has got a game in hand, which is this one on West, and he's currently on +2 in terms of leg difference. West is +3, so
135.
Well, I was about to make a comment about Conor Heenahan being the only player to have hit 9-darters here.
134.
In this particular leg will continue.
Oh, that would have been special, wouldn't it, if we'd shown that magic memory and then the Bates pulled it off. Gone for a 11-darter.
100. Owen, you require 46.
Double 16 the choice.
Game shot of the first leg, Owen Bates.
He does get the leg in the ledger. Looks like he's enjoying himself. I don't know if he's playing with a bit of freedom here, if he thinks that it's pretty much impossible.
To throw first.
Because he's got a right big grin on his face, and if he's able to play like that when he knows he needs to win, then fair play to him. But I get the sense that he thinks that it's pretty much done.
I think the look on his face when he missed 12 darts to beat Jacob Taylor was the key moment, and now he's just going through the motions.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're like as commentators and just darts fans, we want it to be a close, exciting finish, and we've just seen 2 matches go 4-3. That had they gone the other way, we could have ended up with 5 players on 10 points going into the final
140.
round of matches.
$125. 130. 139. Justin, you require 158.
2 treble 20s and double 19. There's a 12 darter in leg 1 for Bates. 128 to back that up with another 12. Yes. Yes, double 10.
108.
You can probably hear the Owen groan there.
38.
Yeah, you know, sometimes when you flash at the double, instead of making sure, but Justin made sure of the double 19.
Third leg Owen
for a 13 darter.
Game on.
Standard, this one.
Not a bad couple of legs at
100.
all.
That's a great start from both, indicated by those numbers. Record pace. Get rid of it.
85.
Yeah, early days yet, but...
I was out like having a look. It just shows you the start that both have made.
Well, I think as well,
57.
When one player's on one, but you've played a couple of legs, someone could be 2-0 up. There might only be 2 legs left in the match, so you could be halfway through.
Exactly.
But just a reminder that Justin Hood is eliminated. It was a
60.
great week for him when he made it through. The man from Glastonbury is going to play in the final match against Steve West. He won week 8.
125.
But it's the runner-up of that week, Jacob Taylor, who looks like he's going to be in finals night. Top of the table, the Canadian. Bidding in for Lucas Vainig, who made the strange decision not to come to Champions Week and might be watching on as Jacob Taylor picks up a trophy and £20,000 on Saturday night and thinking what might have been.
Absolutely. It's not gone so well so far in that decision to play on the Challenge Tour. Lost his opening game in the very first round. He's into round 2 at the moment, but he's a couple of legs down and not playing very well. And there's that flatty.
59.
I think there might be 1 or 2 in this group that wish Lucas Vainig had turned up, to be honest, mate. 60 for tops.
105. When you require 20. $15.
It's a wild one at double again for Bates, and it opens the door for Hood to walk through. Remember, Bates must win this match, or the group is done and dusted.
No score. When you require 5. $3. Justin, you require 20.
Well, what's he messing around at here? The double trouble from the Taylor match seems to be continuing.
No score.
Good for him.
When you
that Hood is at
2.
it as well. Pair of them have now missed. 14 darts between them. Make that 15, 16.
Game shot the third leg. Owen Bates
gets over the line in the leg. 2-1.
Fourth leg, Justin to throw first. Game on.
Both seeing the funny side there. A little exchange of laughter between them.
93.
Such a good leg up until that missed dart at tops, which then the misses continued until he eventually won the leg in 24 darts, which is 1 less than
96.
The opening 2 legs combined.
$100.
Yeah, Hood out. Klassen and Clark all throughout. Owen Bates hanging on by a thread.
128.
He wants to win well here as well to increase his chances, Mace, because, look, he's only 1 leg behind Steve West, so a win would cancel that out, but he's 4 legs behind Jacob Taylor in that metric. And if Taylor were to slip up against Clark, but West wasn't to slip up against Hood, it would be then Taylor who he needed to get in front of.
Yeah. On your require 161.
So doesn't want to be winning this sort of 4-3. He really wants 4-1 or 4-2.
63.
I think he thinks he's out by the speed of play and the carefree nature
12.
of his body language.
When you require 98.
Well, it might end up actually working in his favour, thinking that, but it's probably a mistake. You should know where you are and what you need to do.
60.
Yeah, we've got a monitor in here which
Justin, you require
basically
32.
a graphic that is updated as we go, and we put one of them into the players' area, practice area, just so they could
on the fourth leg,
keep an eye
Justin
on it themselves. So, like you say, Murph, he should be well up to speed.
Fifth leg Owen to
with what he needs to do.
Game on.
It might be a case that he's seen Clark and Klassen are out on 8 points and thought that he's very much in the same boat, forgetting that he's actually got a game in hand.
Yeah.
Which is this. I think realistically he's got to win the next 2 legs.
59.
Yeah, just to get that swing, and that will close the gap to just 2 on Jacob Taylor.
For me, the most likely one to slip up in the last round of matches is Taylor. I think Hood's kind of lost his mental engagement with today, and Clark is always a tough player to beat.
Darting Destiny, I've told you, his name's on pot.
43.
He's got in the back door because Lucas decided to go to the Challenge Tour. He's dodged bullets all over the place the last 2 days.
60.
Is that going to be the story? If it is, well, what a start we've got to the Super Series concept, really going global with winners from
59.
3 different continents.
Yep.
$44.
Are we part of Europe?
Yeah, we haven't floated anywhere, have we? We're still geographically.
60.
Although I think that's what some people thought they voted for.
Yeah. Oh, I know what they thought they voted for. And it couldn't have been the
60.
opposite.
I mean, the likelihood is that we get very close to getting a winner from mainland Europe in the next series because we've got so many players coming over representing the ADC from that part of the world.
100.
Petrified then. I didn't know where you were going, Murph. Ready to slam the dump button.
No, but I've seen next week's lineup. It'll be revealed, I think, tonight.
So when you're
tomorrow.
80.
I think we are. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Some decent players in there. We won't spoil it for you now. We'll reveal it later on in the show tonight.
Oh, yeah, don't know
60.
that one.
There is one player that I've got a real
Justin, you
bone
require
to pick
103.
with. So when he turns up, I'll be waiting at the door. He knows who he is.
Oh, yeah. He made his mark. Well, he left his mark,
When you
didn't he?
require 20. Game shot on the fifth leg.
Well,
Owen
Bates
Bates.
is making his mark here, but he needs to maybe switch on a little bit more and realise that he's still in contention.
Sixth leg Justin to throw first. Game on.
Just to put you in the picture of what would happen if he wins the next leg. He'd go on to 10 points, 2 off the pace, of course,
81.
going into the last set of matches. But he would be ahead of Steve West on leg difference. So he'd know that if he won and West lost, then it would be him going through.
84.
And he'd only be 2 legs adrift of Jacob Taylor as well.
Yeah, still
134
to play for. But yeah, fascinating lineup next week. Wow.
But if it's 4-3, it'd be 3 legs behind Taylor,
93.
same legs as West. So the same applies for the battle with Steve West. But I think he's asking too much for Taylor to lose heavily, and he's then going to need a big win himself against Klassen.
134.
Yeah, Clark's not really the type of player that's going to beat you 4-0, is he?
Yeah, at least he'll know where he is if Clark did win that match. But
58.
not sure he knows where he is now. That's the issue.
152.
And looking at the players in their final matches
43.
yesterday, they were all all pretty similar. In fact, the lowest average of all the final 3 games yesterday was
46. Justin, you require 109.
Justin Hood. And then the next lowest was Yella. Then Owen.
Game shot on the 6th leg,
Then
Justin
Westy.
Hood.
And then Matt Clark had the highest average of all the 6 players in their final
7th and
matches.
final leg, Owen to throw first.
Well,
Game
this
on.
leg will decide whether or not it goes to the final matches today. If Owen Bates wins it, he stays in the race.
57.
Asks questions of Jacob Taylor and Steve West. And because he plays before West in the last set of matches, it means it could go right down to the death. But if
100.
Hood gets the victory, what would be his second of the day, and he would eliminate Bates, and it would mean that West and Taylor were through.
$121.
Yeah, Justin Hood going down. He's taking Klassen, Clark and Bates with him.
58.
Well, the 180 looked like it put him completely in control, but didn't follow with any kind of authority, and Hood here can get in front.
100.
Does.
$42.
Slipping a bit here. This is slipping away from Owen Bates. And Steve West and Jacob Taylor are probably holding hands in the practice room right now, staring at the screen, ready to perform a celebratory
100.
jig.
Yeah, they'll have a.
Owen, you require 100.
They'll have a beer waiting for Justin.
Unless Bates can produce something special. Not to be, and Hood's going to get at least one dart here to end everything in this group.
58. Justin, you require
Trouble
80.
20 double 10, 20 tops.
$60.
Ooh.
Well, that's how close it was
Owen,
to
you
being
require
concluded.
106.
But Bates still on a big finish. He's had a 180 in this leg, but nothing else.
Nope.
Is this to something else? Double 16 to keep the dream alive. And
Game
Bates
shot. And the
bags
match,
it.
Owen Bates.
And just about clings on. Justin Hood, well, he has had a poor Group C overall after a good start to Group A. But Bates has stayed in the race, 2 off the pace of Jacob Taylor and Steve West. And it means that we will go down to our final 3 fixtures to determine which 2 of those 3 will go through.
And so it goes down to the final round of fixtures as Owen Bates gets the better of Justin Hood by 4 legs to 3. Kicking off those final round of fixtures is Matt Clark up against Jacob Taylor, being watched by the two Chris's.
Right then, Murph. You've been number crunching. Let us have it.
Yeah, well, if Henry's not going to do it, I'm going to have to do it myself, aren't I? So basically, Jacob Taylor, well, we know he needs to win to go through. Sorry, we know if he wins, he does go through. Same would go for Steve West, regardless of what happens in the match in between. But what I was looking at is whether it would be a certain amount of legs that would get him through, and the answer is no. Because the gap is 3 at the moment. He can only, therefore, increase that to 7, and they can, of course, be a swing, can't they? So if Taylor lost this match 4-3, he could still be caught on leg difference by Owen Bates.
Yep. This tie was won
First
by
leg, Matt
Clark.
4-2
yesterday, with Jacob Taylor's worst performance over the past 2 days. He averaged just 77, and we picked up on this very early and suggested he just didn't like the pace of Clark.
Yeah, I think that was right. And actually, I think Clark's probably slowed down today as well. He's got a little bit more leisurely and laboured as the day has gone on and as his hopes have disappeared. The hopes now only with Owen Bates. But it is simple for Taylor. Win and you're in. And he gets that magic 14-point mark that we know is the sort of golden egg in this group.
Yeah.
And it would be the rule of 3, wouldn't it? Because the two players who so far have only lost 3 are the two that are occupying top spots.
100.
We just had a chat off air. We were saying during the Bates match that maybe he didn't look like he was a man who felt that he was still in the race, but his reaction at the end of the match said something different to you, didn't it?
Yeah, and you suggested maybe it was kidology. I sort of was going down the line of, I don't think he knows he can still qualify, and you suggested that you thought he was sort of trying to switch the pressure off, and I now tend to agree, because that reaction at the end told me he was very aware that he was still in the hunt.
Particularly when you contrast it to the end of the match against Jacob Taylor when he missed those 12 darts to beat him.
Yeah.
If he had done that, their roles would be reversed right now.
Jacob, you require 81.
Taylor, instead of playing to win to qualify, would be trying to win to stay in it.
Shot of the first leg, Jacob
That's a great
Taylor.
start.
It's a super leg. 11 dart breaker throw. With a max.
Second leg, Jacob to throw first.
140 ton, 180, 81 out in 2. Pick the bones out of that.
60.
It will go down to the last match if Owen Bates beats Jelle Klassen, by the way, because he plays that match next. After this, Steve West has to wait until the very last match of the group. So if Bates beats Klassen, he will at least
60.
temporarily go ahead of Steve West into those provisional qualification spots, but then West would regain that place by beating Justin Hood.
But it's a match he will have to win if Bates wins.
If Taylor somehow loses this game, and the way he started it, there's no sign of that happening, it would get a little more complicated. But we will keep you abreast of all the possibilities.
100. $140.
Well, a result from the Challenge Tour. Jim McEwen, regular here at the Super Series, has beaten fellow Scotsman John Henderson with 108.61, winning that tie at 5-2. Well done, Jim.
$137.
Well done, Jacob. This is an electrifying start. A match that is the match that would secure his spot at finals night, and he started it off with An incredible 11 darter, and now he's on to 13.
By the way, that was in the round of 128.
59.
Not bringing you
Jacob, you require
no
24.
real upsets per se so far. So anything significant that happens, I'll let you know.
No score. Match you require 142.
Matt Clark, member, has just fallen short for the first time in trying to qualify for finals night. Had achieved it 3 times from 3 before. He's just fallen short of that finish as well.
Well, 3 times he's made the actual final of finals night.
95. Jacob, you require 24.
Champions Week, 2 in terms of
Game
qualification.
shot the second leg, Jacob Taylor.
Jacob Taylor playing without any fear at all at the moment.
Yeah, he's almost. We said that Owen Bates was playing like a man who thought he was already out. We're now seeing Jacob Taylor playing like a man who thinks he's already through.
Yeah.
And at the halfway stage of this match, he's averaging more than 111.
Yeah, 27 darts used to get to this point.
66.
Halfway stage for him. That's what he's hoping.
Yep.
$140. $99.
I think this one could be over pretty quickly, you know. I've never said that before in a game featuring Matt Clark.
$96.
Does he mind Matt Clark being called pedestrian slow? And a lot of players really hate it.
No, he embraces his grinding style. He feels that when he's really giving it, his maximum attention is when he plays his best darts.
I know Scott Mitchell sat where you're sat right now and said that he doesn't really like it when commentators call him slow.
Well, and he should get on with it then.
121.
That all started, he went to see a hypnotist, I do believe, that told him to pace his paces to the board had to be done in a
58.
certain amount of steps, so he could do this thing where it was sort of like reset, go again, and that. I mean, obviously, listen, it worked. He won a world title doing it.
44.
But then, I don't know. I think it can sometimes become exhausting and bog you down. I think it's a lot of it's. I think you've got to learn to control your emotions more than anything else.
82.
Yeah, I think that kind of thing can probably set you up for a particular tournament or a particular match, but in the long run, you've got to be able to just do things naturally, haven't you?
Yeah. You need to play on autopilot, and I think
match require 150.
I think sometimes, maybe it's just me personally, but from experience, first-hand experience, and sharing many practice rooms and many stages with many different types of player, I think it can exhaust you. Very much like Dimitri, and when he was going through that period, I spoke to him. I said, "Mate, it's just it'll burn you out. It'll fry your brain." And then he sort of went back to playing carefree with a smile in his face, and there was a bit of tempo to his game, and that's when we started to see his best darts all over again.
I was about to say that Taylor seems to be playing on autopilot here, but a couple of misfires has allowed Matt Clark in.
You don't get beat 4-0.
Nobody's been beaten 4-0 today.
46. Jacob, you require
just
20.
One match that's only taken 5 legs. Had to push the glasses back onto the face there before throwing Jacob Taylor.
10.
Things that not all darts players have to think about. This pair both do, though.
Match you require 10.
Can probably use that He's got a double-barreled marker now. Surely he slides it in.
Game on the third leg.
Exactly what he does.
Meckler.
And halves the deficit and just offers a little bit more optimism to Owen Bates in the back room.
Yeah, certainly in
Fourth
terms
leg,
of
Jacob to throw
leg
first.
difference.
Game on.
Was a very, very tidy leg up until they
123.
started missing doubles.
Yeah, Taylor has to lose for Bates to have a chance, but he's only 3 in front on the leg, so he'll only be a maximum of 2 in front if he does lose, which means there's every chance that Bates could catch him.
Here's an old Pro Tour blast from the past, Murph. Colin Osborne against Wayne Jones, 4-4 into a decider, both averaging 88.
How gutted is Osborne to be there, because he could have been here.
Yeah, he was absolutely distraught.
And he backed himself. He packed for the full 2 weeks. Last week, Colin Osborne lost to Daryl Pilgrim in the Week 12 final.
His woes continue because Wayne Jones won the deciding leg, goes through 5-4 into the last 64.
Have we not seen Wayne Jones here yet? That's a name that surely we're going to get
We
down.
did at Southampton. I don't think we've seen him here yet.
Always competitive, isn't he, Wayne Jones?
Yeah, still a solid player.
Well, Matt Clark has maybe just started to turn the screw a little bit here. It was such a spectacular start from Jacob Taylor. Well, speaking of spectacular, just when Clark had got himself in a good position, he finds the big guns.
Yeah, tops in a leg changer. Maybe not.
I do sometimes wish that some of these old school players would just maybe think about a double-double finish there. He basically blocked half the bed with that first start.
Yeah, it was too low, wasn't it, to be an ideal guide. Although the woes on the doubles are eventually halted, and his winning legs are absolute class, 11, 16 and 15.
And he's 1 leg away now from securing that spot at finals night. He would be the second man to do so. Luke Littler is already there. If he wins this leg, Jacob Taylor,
60.
4-1 success. Would actually also see him win the group, because Steve West could not then rectify the leg difference even with a 4-0 win in his last match.
Correct. Just a shame it's not West versus Bates in our final match, because then it would be just a simple straight shootout. We do enjoy those scenarios.
Yeah, and the way that Yellow Klassen's played today as well, not sure Bates is going to have an easy run.
No.
It might not even go to the last match. Klassen actually the best performer in the group so far today.
100.
The daily league table, 3 wins from 4, plus 5 leg difference. Slightly better than Owen Bates, who's got the same return, but that ridiculously costly defeat to Jacob Taylor.
140.
Yeah, ultimately why he may not qualify.
12 missed match starts in it, if you missed it.
140.
By Owen Bates, who now could have been sitting pretty at the top of the table himself.
$100.
And then Taylor, in that leg, got away with leaving 162, didn't he? Which he's just done again.
Yep. That's exactly what he left himself.
85.
Yeah, that time it was from 262. This time it's from 302. But still,
116.
it's to sharpen up on that arithmetic. Matt Clark looking to extend the encounter.
76.
Jacob Taylor looking to end the encounter and book his place at finals night.
$57.
He's had a dart to do it. But it was a long
Match
way off.
40.
It took a bit of a nosedive, that one.
Game
Clark,
on the
as
fifth
he
leg,
often does,
Matt Clark.
punishes.
Sixth leg, Jacob to throw first. Game on. $60.
And only starts with 60 and offers up an opportunity for Matt Clark to steal the throw. And how?
Well, this is just getting a little bit interesting. Jacob Taylor is one leg away from securing a spot at finals night. He's missed the dart to do it already. He'd also win the group if he wins this match, which gives you a slight advantage on paper based on the group that you're going in. For example, he would find himself avoiding Luke Littler in the group stage.
140.
But Matt Clark has other ideas here. Well, you can't write him off. Usually, he's out, but you can now see a possible scenario where he helps somebody else get through.
Yep. Oh, wow.
$83.
They say we've seen a 10 this week from Luke Littler, and that was in a deciding leg of a match.
100. Match require 98.
Well, this is a great leg of darts from Clark, and it's against the throw as well. Taylor could be in trouble.
Yeah, he'll have the darts in the decider. And he's left 32 after 12.
66.
Would be agony as well for Jacob Taylor, because if Owen Bates wins in the next match, he could end up going ahead of him. But of course, he'd still be ahead of Steve West until the last match. He'd have to wait 2 full matches for his destiny if he does lose this. He's tried to rattle Clark's cage with a maximum.
$24.
He was 5 into a 9.
Jacob, you require
and he may
44.
lose the leg.
And the match.
Game.
And it's
shot,
Jacob
and
Taylor
Jacob
that
Taylor
takes it and takes a spot at finals night. From Canada to Champions Night. And the truth is that Taylor will be there, the second man to make it. He beats Matt Clark 4-2, and in doing so, secures his spot as the winner of Group C and joins Luke Littler at finals night on Saturday. Now is between two to see who joins him. Owen Bates and Steve West both will play in the next couple of games. Bates must win to have any chance when he faces Jelle Klassen after the break.
And in this Crackers group, we know Jacob is through. Next up for us, it's a battle between Jelle Klassen and Owen Bates. This is being watched in the commentary box by the two Chris's.
Thanks, Henry. Well, the scenario here, Owen Bates has to win. And scoreline is, well, not immaterial. Priority number one, he has to win, and then he has to hope Hood beats West.
Yeah, well, I'd go as far to say it is immaterial. They're on the same leg difference, aren't they? So if he wins, West loses, he's through. If he loses, he's out. If he wins and West wins, he's out.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Cleared that up perfectly.
First leg, Jelle to throw first.
It's important for us to set the scene for these matches, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's still something on it.
And Owen Bates, I mean, I've just had a little
55.
little correspondent of ours come into the commentary box and tell us that Owen Bates was a bit of a jack in the box in the practice room there watching.
I bet he was.
Because he would now know, wouldn't he, that if Taylor had lost that match, and the scoreline says 4-2, but that doesn't tell the full story, does it?
No, he was dodging bullets all over the place.
Clark was on a 9-darter, potentially 5 into it, in a leg where a break would have given him the throw in the decider, so...
Yeah, if he'd have lost that one, which would have been quite possible...
60.
Then Bates would have had a chance to go ahead of him and get through now, without needing West to win.
He would have been on +5, but on 12.
100.
And then if Bates would have won 4-2, 4-1, he'd have been through.
Without needing Steve West to lose to Justin Hood. Which is what he now does need. He needs to win and West to lose. It looked like at one point it was going to be this man who made the move, didn't it? Jelle Klassen had a great start to the day. Won his first 3 matches and then went down 4-3 to Jacob Taylor. Owen knows all about that.
Yeah, another game
100. Jelle require 100.
Could have gone the other way. But Jacob's just dug deep.
111. Owen, you require 145.
Taking advantage of when an opponent doesn't take advantage
44.
of him.
Jelle require 36.
Double 9. That's why Jelle Klassen stopped leaving double 18 a couple of years ago.
Yeah. He just never got that adjustment from the 18 to the double 9, and he's clipped the wire. You could hear it.
Jelle require
It was a good rescue act that as well, having it a single 4 with his first start.
Game shot
this
the first
time
leg.
Klassen avoids that switch by hitting the double. 1-0.
A friend of the Super Series, Andy Jenkins,
defeated
to
throw first.
Another Andy and another player who's graced that stage, Andy Hamilton. And now he's 1-1 with Josh Richardson, another regular.
140.
And on the end of a 9-darter against his dad. He's 1-1 with Josh, averaging 100 here, Andy Jenkins.
60.
Jenks is back.
91.
Well, this really has been a gripping group, but a reminder, we still have another one to come this evening. Darrell Pilgrim on 8 points, potentially just a win away.
56.
Yeah, that's
qualifying.
That's a really interesting group tonight.
Got Taylor on 6, John Worsley on 4, Mike Warburton on 2, and Mike Gillett probably needing to win all 4, unless Taylor and Pilgrim go away and then maybe
85.
6 points might get you in.
130.
But then that would mean Worsley only winning 1 match, and I can't see that happening.
Not the way he played last night, I agree.
98.
Well, do join us 10 p.m. this evening live on Sporty Stuff TV, and of course the viewers around the world,
40.
the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, and do make sure that you follow us on social media as well at MSS Darts.
The second leg, Owen Bates.
Plenty of highlights, clips from each game, plenty of fun stuff as well.
Third leg,
including
Jelle
some of the memorable magic moments we've been showing you. Owen Bates flatty that he's done a couple of times today on there.
137.
And he's levelled this match at 1 apiece.
100. 100. 91.
One of those matches where it feels like one player is in control or the other
140.
just hanging on. It's unfortunate.
90.
Casually just
124.
slides it down the side of those two.
87.
Well, I suppose Yellow's attitude is go for everything. Playing for pride.
I wonder where we'll go here. Does he go back for the double 18?
37.
Is it double 16? Yeah, it's the latter.
Game shown the third leg.
He's getting everything, and that will be music to the ears of Steve West in the back room. It will just alleviate any pressure.
Fourth leg going to Throwfers. Game on.
Yeah, he will be cheering Klassen on here.
Must be a difficult one. The only place you really get it in the PDC is a Grand Slam, isn't it? Where you're practicing for your last match, but you've got one eye on the TV.
Yeah. Although that wasn't a particularly happy hunting ground for me. The first year they did it and had qualifiers, I won the qualifier. And then was given a group of
60.
Dennis Priestley, who was still very much at the top of his game. Raymond van Barneveld and Adrian Lewis. Welcome to the Grand Slam, Nace. Thanks very much. Cheers. Thanks for coming.
All
31.
Were then or would go on to be multiple world champions.
Yeah.
You can see Bates certainly knows that he's still in it with his reaction there, because he was starting to look like he was going to be out of this match pretty soon if Klassen carried on.
140. Oh, and you require 121.
One had to come off at some point.
101.
Making sure of a big 20.
He doesn't like it. I get the feeling that he'd much prefer tops and tens from his expression there as he retrieved the dart at double. Well, the dart in the double, it wasn't meant to be there.
Yeah, well, at the pace of this game, Danny McNamara is earning his money. Our referee.
Game
big dart, that. Big dart for Owen Bates.
And you could hear him say, get in. It's a horrible situation this, for Yellow. He's literally just playing for pride and watching
100.
his opponent go. Well, you're putting him through the ringer.
Yeah, he's got to do his job to the best of his ability, which is what he is doing. But he would take a heart of stone
60.
not to have sympathy. Eliminating a player, basically, as you've said before, taking one out with you.
Well, it happened to Kevin Painter, didn't it? Much to his
57.
Almost disgust. Because it is just a horrible feeling.
100.
Reminder, Bates must win.
121.
If he does win, he will, just for a moment, go into second place in this group. But Steve West could take that place back by winning the last match.
134.
And despite all of the musical chairs below them, it has remained Taylor and West the top two, hasn't it, the whole time?
Yeah. They've chopped and changed places, but yeah, even when we thought they were going to get embroiled in a bit of a dogfight.
47. Yellow require 144.
Just to hold on.
Well, Bates might need something big. Remember, he needs to get a break at some point here.
24.
Oh, that will help.
Maybe a bit of a lifeline.
When you require 160.
Let's change the look of the leg.
$128.
Smart darts from Owen Bates to leave double 16.
120. $80.
That would have been a sickener. Yeah, no wonder he's
Owen,
just taking a moment.
32.
Well, this is the moment, isn't it? This is the moment that Bates has needed. He's got a chance to break. He has broken, and now Owen Bates will throw for a win that would see him remain in contention and pile the pressure on Steve West.
Owen to throw first. Game on.
Bates wins this leg or the next one. He will move into second place, with Steve West needing then to beat Justin Hood to qualify.
85.
Had he had hit one of those darts against Jacob Taylor.
96.
Jacob Taylor be on the verge of elimination himself.
96. 58. 97.
Great switch. I had a feeling he was going to stay up there for a while, but he resisted.
140.
The one sort of saving
59.
grace for Yellow Class, and which is different to what we've seen in other groups, is he's not really into bat for Steve West, is he? Because West can do the work himself in the next match.
Yeah.
77. On your require 164.
Bates can seal it here. You mentioned Dennis Priestley earlier. He's a big
130.
treble 18 user, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, that was his switch rather than the 57. He used the 54, which makes perfect sense when you think about it.
87.
It made sense there for Bates. The 128 in the end leaves 36. And he's 36. That would keep his hopes alive, and then he'd have to watch and wait as West went up against Hood. And there it is. Well, here we go. We are going to have the thrilling finale, because that puts Owen Bates in second place just on the last lap. He's made his move. Jacob Taylor through in this group. Owen Bates now in second place, but Steve West can take it back if he beats Justin Hood. That's coming right up, the last match of the day.
And so it all comes down to this. The final game in Group C is going to determine the third place at Champions Night tomorrow evening. That is because Owen Bates has got the better of Yellow Class. And so, victory for Steve West. He's in. Defeat, it is Bates who is through to tomorrow night. Let's get straight into the action then in the company of the two Chris's.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, very simple. For simply Steve West, but The pressure is piled upon his shoulders. It is a match between a player who's trying to qualify and a player who will finish bottom of Group C. But Justin Hood is a dangerous opponent and has shown that by qualifying for Champions League. Showed it particularly in Group A at times earlier in the week. Now, he's an example, Mace, of why it's so important to get into Group B, because he would have felt he should have been there, fell out at the very last leg. Is Steve West going to fall out of qualifying spots in the very last game?
Well, you'll hope it's going to be a repeat of the... Well, we both hope it's a repeat in terms of quality of their opening match yesterday, which was the very first match in the afternoon. Steve West, well, let's talk about this man. He won one leg, had one double, and averaged 104.67 and hit 4 180s. Steve West, 141 with 103.52.
60.
Hit 4 180s himself, so the match contained 8 in total, and he was 4 out of 7 on the doubles. It was, simply the West. It was simply the best.
Well, Steve West, I'm sure, is thinking now, even though he won that match, please, Justin, don't play like that.
Yeah.
Just let me have it easy. He might make it easy for himself. But credit to Owen Bates for that victory against Yellow Class, and he has moved into second place. Steve West with the win will take it back.
Well, these two now have competed against each other in 6 legs and produced 9 180s.
100.
Now, Justin Hood is in that position that we mentioned before, where not only is he playing to stop Steve West qualifying, but he's also into bat for another player.
Steve require 161.
And that's a bit of a burden to shoulder as well, isn't it?
Well, you're under pressure to
92
to try and win for the other player in the group. You don't want to walk in there and it looks like you've just rolled over and had your belly tickled.
140. Steve requires 69.
Well, this will be an early break for West. Not in, Steve. Settle down. 66.
63.
And that could cause trouble.
Justin, you require 60.
Could be a bit of a disaster.
It'd be more of a disaster if Hood just takes it out and he doesn't get a go at it.
40.
He did that thing where he didn't go back into his original hockey position.
Facing double 3. And only half of it to aim at now.
3.
You could see that maybe slightly more than half,
Justin,
but still couldn't find
20.
it. And he's passed up a great opportunity to break straight away here, Steve West.
Game shot of the first leg, Justin Hood.
Clipped in off the first dart.
5 darts to break the throw. Missed by the man who has to win. And I'm pretty sure it's the first time he's been out of the top 2 over the last couple of days in this group.
Yeah,
140.
Well, yeah, he was at the top after winning his opening game 4-1 and then won his next game 4-2. So, yeah.
140.
And I have to give credit to all 3 of them, Jacob Taylor, Steve West and Owen Bates, because coming in to Group C on Champions Week gives you the least possible chance of qualifying. And it's actually those 3 that have occupied the top 3 positions. Obviously, the 3 players from Group A have already had a chance.
Yeah.
85.
And Hood was one of them who actually could have qualified by winning that group.
Steve require 151.
Yeah, it was a bizarre situation Wednesday afternoon, wasn't it?
Almost as bizarre as Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
111.
Ooh. Just missed tops to hold, but we'll be back.
36.
I feel a little bit snug about our predictions in terms of points. We'll come on to that in a moment as West looks to level. Double 5.
35.
Missing opportunities here, and he's making
Justin,
legs
you require
difficult for himself.
161.
Left 3 or double 3 in the previous leg. Now he's left 5 in bits in this one.
Pressure.
80. Steve, you require 5.
Well, he gets 3, so it's double 1.
3.
This is all
Justin,
going
you require 81.
desperately wrong. This is effectively, or potentially, a £20,000 match.
Yeah, when you put it that way. The bullseye to hurt him even more.
56. Steve, you require 2.
No margin for error here. He might even just throw one outside just to get a guide. Well, he throws it straight in. Credit to Steve West there.
Well, it was a high double. It was, you sort of throw that one and you know you're just slightly over pitching, and he may have just give that a little bit of a tug, but in it went.
96.
Yeah, we did say, didn't we, at the start of the day, we felt 14 points would be secure.
Yeah.
And that if Steve West and Jacob Taylor won 3 of their matches today, then that would get them through. That is going to prove to be the case. And we did say that somebody might miss out on 12 points, and that is going to be the case.
Not bad. Tell you what isn't bad. Our colleague Scott Mitchell currently 3-0 up on Luke Smith. Scott averaging 102.5.
Yeah, good stuff. No, he was disappointed with how he played here last week, wasn't he?
85.
Yeah, it didn't quite happen for him.
Happened more for our other colleague, Matthew Edgar.
83.
I thought he played some decent stuff at times. Thought he looked a lot better than I think
81.
he possibly anticipated, but I think he was massively buoyed by that win in Iceland. That just give him a lot of confidence coming into the week. Perfectly timed that tournament in Iceland for him, especially how it started.
Yeah, real struggle to start with and ended up as a champ.
100.
Yeah. How you start is how you finish.
And that's the case in this match for Steve West, because this match has been a real struggle to start with. But he could end up as a champ tomorrow night.
81.
He's got a chance here, maybe 6 darts at 142, but he'd like to get it done in 3. Missed darts to break, 5 darts to break in the opening leg of this match.
64.
He may get more.
Justin, you require 105. $73. Steve, you require 78.
Well, that's a bit of a disastrous start. He now needs a treble.
Oh, recovery, double 10.
In it goes, and that is the clutch finish that Steve West maybe needed. It's a break of throw that he needed, and it might be the break that breaks the heart of Owen Bates.
Yeah, that was outstanding.
4th leg, Steve, to throw first.
Terrible opening dart, and then just recovers and slots it in the double 10 for 2-1. 2 away from taking his spot
125
in tomorrow night's Big Bucks final.
Yeah, £20,000 for the winner
80.
of Champions Week and a chance to join the Roll of Honour. Currently compromising Conan Whitehead, Series 1 winner, and Raymond Smith, the Aussie ace who won Series 2.
60.
And for those of you who are worried about it all coming to an end tomorrow night, don't worry, because Series 4 starts on Monday, bright and early.
58.
Or if the winner lived in Japan, it would be a cool 3.4 million yen, Murph.
96.
Well, it might not be long before we get a winner from that part of the world.
Yeah.
Have you ever played in a tournament where you've won like $1 million?
93.
In some currency. I know Andy Jenkins once did, didn't he?
Yeah. No.
think
100.
some of the countries where I played that.
Well, you weren't far from your 3 million yen here, were you? What was your 5 grand worth? That must have been worth just shy of $1 million, I guess.
Yep.
100. Steve, you require 120.
Steve West working towards being in the race, but again, it's a first start that's gone wayward, and this time he can't recover, so he does give Justin Hood a poke at breaking
72. Back. Justin, you require 170.
Happy feet, looking for the big fish.
Yeah, with appearance money, mate, it was over $1 million yen.
140.
There you go.
There you go.
Steve, you require 48.
Well, that was heart in mouth time for Steve West, wasn't it? I don't think he was going for a 16 there.
I don't think he was either. I think it was a very, very safe dart that was aiming at the wire that split the two, and that's very sensible play.
Throw first. Game on.
You can quite easily overpitch the 8 into the 11 or pull into the 7
91.
going for a 16. Just made sure, paid dividends.
If Mesa's analysis is right, then fair play to him because he is very much a tops merchant. So to make that decision to go, you know what, I'd rather get a dart at double. I'll just throw in that area.
Yeah.
Then fair enough. And he is now 1 away from securing that spot. And yeah, maybe look, Owen Bates will look at it. He's sat in second place now, but the damage was done, wasn't it, when he missed 12 darts against Jacob Taylor? That was the one. You reverse that result, you reverse their positions.
Yep.
58.
Like I say, a bit of good fortune.
But not over yet.
140.
Oh, far from it. Don't forget, he missed the ball for a 170 for 2-2.
139. Justin, you require 130.
Little fish. Treble. Not found, so West has a chance to win with a whopper.
65. Steve, you require 164. $94. Justin, you require 65.
Leaves it handy, just in case.
33.
And now West gets the chance.
Steve, you require 70.
To be the third man through to finals night. It's tops.
$30.
And it is a match dart
Justin,
miss for Steve
32.
West.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Justin Hood.
Keeps his hopes alive of winning the match, and with it keeps Owen Bates' hopes alive.
6 leg Steve to throw first.
Steve West at the post.
Game on. $140.
You're thinking Chris Mason is uncharacteristically quiet. He's made his way to the presentation gallery to have a chat with Henry.
100.
And reflect on what has been a really dramatic day's darts. It may well end the way it started with
60.
Taylor and West on top and going through, but there have been moments where it could have been so different. Both lost their opening matches.
91.
West then beat Taylor. He then responded, the Canadian, by winning his final 3, but surviving 12 match darts
60.
against Owen Bates, the other man in the mix. West was beaten by Yada Klassen, who himself was putting on a charge. Matt Clark's had a disappointing day, only able to add one more point to his tally from yesterday. And Justin Hood has been pretty much out of it since losing to Klassen in his second
81.
match, despite beating the group winner Jacob Taylor in his first.
$137.
That just may ruffle the feathers of this man. It gives Hood a chance.
100.
Treble 19.
Justin Uruguay,
Will be the first dart.
129.
Treble 20. Bullseye. Oh, wow.
On the sixth leg, Justin Hood.
Is an absolute gut-wrencher for Steve West. And an absolute belter from Justin Hood.
Seventh and final leg, Justin to throw first. Game on.
And an offer of hope for Owen Bates, who is basically now hoping Hood wins this leg.
96.
That's the situation that's going on now. This is a match between Owen Bates and Steve West. It just happens to be that it's Hood on the stage rather than Bates. What a response. What a response. He's just been punched in the stomach and has come out swinging.
$81. $100.
Well, this is the gripping end that this group has merited.
100.
Steve West's grip on a top two spot has been tested. It's been slackened. He finds himself out of the top two at the moment, but if he wins this leg, he'll be back there and he will be going through to finals night. That 129 checkout could have hurt him badly. He could have folded at that point, but he bounced back, kicking off this leg against the darts with a maximum.
98. Steve Uruguay,
Hood has left
160.
something similar. I'm not sure I'd find the words if he took this out.
60.
Because it would take Steve West out.
Justin Uruguay, 126.
And it would put Owen Bates through. 19s. Treble. Would have left the bull again. West gets his chance.
58.
He's already missed one dart, remember, to win this match and secure that spot. Treble 19 to save it. Double 19 to save it.
81.
And it's a second dart miss to qualify.
Justin Uruguay, 68.
Well, this is Justin Hood throwing, but throwing for Owen Bates. 13. He finds the target for double 12.
Game.
And it's an incredible end. Justin Hood defeats Steve West and in doing so knocks him out. He's been in the top two all throughout the group, but Hood has robbed it away and it is Owen Bates that is going through. Over to Henry and Mace to reflect on a dramatic day's darts.
Well, Chris, very quickly, well, that is just a Super Series in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it? Multiple darts there to get over the line, and it just shows the integrity, I suppose, in one way, but yeah, devastated for Steve West.
Have you ever known a Group C come to such a conclusion like that before?
Not in the manner in which it did by the opening matches and the results that went that way, and then we thought that Owen Bates had blown it and it may be Jacob Taylor that was going to take advantage, and as it was, the one person that none of us, I think, thought was going to miss out would be Steve West. But yeah, that is just the horrible nature, but credit to Owen Bates, who managed to find a win in his final match to create that scenario.
Well, let's have a look then at the table, find the conclusion of that particular group, because it is Jacob Taylor and seemingly against all odds after losing to Jacob Taylor, Owen Bates.
Yeah, we thought those 12 missed match darts against Jacob Taylor meant that Owen Bates, his chances were limited, because I don't think any of us expected at that time with Steve West, who was top prior to the Jacob Taylor win, losing to the player in last place in Justin Hood.
For Steve West, how long could that take for him to get over?
He'll be fine. He'll bounce back from that all right. And yeah, listen, he's been there before. He's been there, seen it and done it. He'll just put it down to experience. And one of those games that maybe he could have won earlier has been ultimately costly.
Well, let's very quickly have a look at the bracket because Group B is going to come to a conclusion this evening. So Jacob Taylor and Owen Bates will join Luke Littler in the final. We have a 20-year-old, a 16-year-old and a player of the experience of Jacob Taylor already halfway through this finals night field. It's hotting up nicely.
Yeah, and don't think Group B's a foregone conclusion because I can see that following a similar pattern. Listen, pressure plays its part in mysterious ways, and it played its part in that Group C. And I expect Group B to be exactly the same tonight. It's going to go to the wire.
Well, I think it's time for us to have a bit of a lie down in a darkened room, isn't it? After that,
I think we need it.
Well, we're going to take a couple of hours break. We're going to try and get over the craziness that was Group C. But you know what? At the end of all that, it turned out you can't handle the truth.